What if the real weapon in war isn't bullets or tanks, but sheer human will? Imagine thousands of soldiers, broken not by enemy fire, but by the crushing weight of hopelessness. This is the shattering story unfolding amid the shadows of the battlefield, where an army's spirit crumbles long before its defenses do. Russia aimed to encircle the city, to tighten the noose and force surrender. Instead, the plan has all but collapsed. Now, their focus has quietly shifted, a desperate effort to pull troops back across the border, alive if possible. Since last September, more than 1,000 Russian soldiers and even their families have turned to a surrender hotline, a grim indicator that morale is eroding from the inside out. Why does this matter? Because in war, the front line isn't just a line on a map. It exists first in the minds of those who hold it. When the mental resolve snaps, so does the defense. So, what's really happening? Is it just a temporary shock, a stumble to recover from? Or is this a systemic breakdown, a virus eating the army from within? Multiple reports from inside the battleground point to the second and darkest option. Take the 108th Airborne Assault Regiment, deployed near Zaporizhia. This unit now bears scars not only from battle, but from despair. Ukrainian partisans infiltrated their ranks, exposing a crisis of desertion, broken nerves, and outright breakdowns in command. Soldiers were told to storm Pavlovka at any price. No coordination with neighboring units. No artillery cover. No electronic warfare support. Just a raw order, advance and take the village. For nearly a full day, they assaulted under relentless fire, sustaining devastating losses. Command's solution? Throw the weakest units forward, rearguard troops, sideline officers, like fodder. The reports from these front lines are chilling, soldiers abandoning posts, sinking into hopelessness, even taking their own lives. The weight of the mission crushes them. This tragedy echoes deeper. Over recent weeks, the pressure mounted relentlessly. Fortifications were thin or non-existent. Strategic failures became glaring. The cost? Morale shattered, discipline crumbled. Desertion soared. Young soldiers and low-ranking officers saw their wills erode, staring into a void of meaningless orders. Still, the orders kept coming, illogical, reckless pushes designed more for political messages than military success. One blaring episode was the wave of attacks on Pavlovka. Troops stormed forward without artillery cover. No drones scouting enemy positions. No electronic countermeasures. Just a blind charge into a hailstorm of mines, drone surveillance, and entrenched defenders. Rows of soldiers were cut down before they could even move forward. Many units were left stranded in the open, their wounded abandoned under fire. As losses piled up, desperation infected the command itself. Soldiers from rear positions were dragged unwillingly to the front lines. Even those punished and sidelined were sent forward, as if to pay for supposed failures. This breakdown of trust is catastrophic. The motto shifted from us first to a grim everyone is next. The bonds that hold an army together began to fray. Worse still, suicide became a silent enemy. Some young men, paralyzed by fear, hopelessness, and the unbearable burden of orders, ended their own lives. Desertion attempts multiplied. Rumors haunted the ranks, captured deserters cruelly mistreated, some facing mock executions meant to terrify others. The destruction wasn't only physical, it gnawed at the soul of the fighting force. Even the once celebrated 41st Combined Arms Army, forged in Siberia's harsh climates, has all but vanished. Command posts stand empty. Communication lines are dead. Much of the armored fleet lies destroyed or scrapped. 7 generals disappeared from its roster, killed, wounded, or missing after defying orders. This army that marched toward Kiev with thousands of troops, hundreds of tanks, and armored vehicles has been reduced to a ghost of itself. Maps and plans once painted by Moscow no longer mirror the harsh realities on the ground. Instead of advancing, retreat has become de facto, positions abandoned, defensive lines shortened, supply routes choked off. A stark turning point came in mid-June when a small yet strategic settlement, Andreevka, was retaken. This was no minor victory. It shattered Russia's grip on the northern axis, severing supply chains and infiltration paths. Confirmation came not just from Ukrainian sources but also from Russian accounts. The 155th Marine Brigade had been forced back, no longer able to hold core positions. The tactics on the ground grew brutal. Constant pressure from close-range fire, mortars, and small unit raids forced Russian armored vehicles to stay huddled in trenches. This wasn't isolated. Weeks later, reports showed similar losses at Alexiva, and then further retreats at Kondredka and Bezalika. Each loss, each withdrawal, chipped away at Russia's ambitions to build a secure buffer zone. Behind it all lay Moscow's stubborn insistence on pushing forward, not for the sake of battlefield logic, but to preserve an illusion. Yet this illusion is cracking. The momentum has broken, the tides are turning. Strategic withdrawal, whether ordered or forced by circumstance, now paints the grim picture of the fight. Is it simply a tactical maneuver? Or is it a surrender disguised as regrouping? Official words deny any retreat. But reality speaks louder than propaganda. What happens when the facade falls away completely? When the will to keep fighting evaporates? The front line isn't just a battlefield, it's a mirror reflecting the fracture of an entire army. The desperate attempts to cling on may by days, but at what cost? Stay close, because this story is far from over. The real battle, it seems, is being fought inside the hearts of those sent to fight outside. The previous scene showed a shocking collapse in morale among Russian troops, desertions rising, discipline slipping, and despair spreading like wildfire. Orders kept coming, despite mounting losses, but these weren't driven by clear military strategy. Instead, political motives forced soldiers into deadly assaults with little thought for their survival. Now, picture the brutal reality that unfolded when this reckless command pushed the front lines to the brink. Imagine the thunderous silence before an assault, no artillery to soften defenses, no coordination between units, no electronic warfare to confuse the enemy, and no drone eyes scouting ahead. Just raw orders, take Pavlovka, no matter the cost. The air hung heavy with tension, the metallic scent of sweat and gunpowder mixing with the chill of fear. In these barren fields, fortified with minefields and watched by drone eyes, Russian troops found themselves pinned down by merciless fire as soon as they dared move. Units were left isolated and exposed, desperate cries for aid lost in the chaos as wounded soldiers waited endlessly for evacuation that never came. The weight of exhaustion pressed not just on their bodies but crushed their minds. The cost was horrifying. Failures piled up, and the command, desperate to fill the void, started throwing in whatever forces they could grab, including rear soldiers and those sidelined for disciplinary reasons. Even recruits with zero battle experience were sent forward, as if punishment weighed heavier than training or survival. This strategy didn't just create more loss, it shattered trust within the ranks. The phrase "us first, them later" twisted into a grim reality: everyone is next. What happens when an army's own command deems its soldiers expendable? Does loyalty survive when hope dies? And as the front line crumbles, how much longer can this brutal gamble continue before everything falls apart? The true cost of this reckless push for Pavlovka has only just begun to show. As we delve into the impact of despair on the battlefield, we uncover a grim reality. Morale has plummeted among Russian soldiers, leading to a troubling rise in suicides and desertion. Facing dire circumstances, many feel trapped and hopeless, unable to see a future in a conflict that seems increasingly meaningless. The echoes of their suffering ripple through the ranks, where whispers of punishment for those who abandoned their posts create a chilling atmosphere. Amidst the chaos, the once proud 41st Combined Arms Army finds itself in tatters. With command positions abandoned and communication lines severed, remaining personnel are left to navigate a battlefield dominated by loss. Reports indicate that senior military figures have vanished, some killed, others unaccounted for, reflecting a heavy toll on leadership. Once boasting 35,000 troops, this force that once marched toward Kiev is now a shadow of its former self, struggling to maintain a foothold on a rapidly changing front. As positions are lost and the reality of retreat becomes evident, the impact on morale shifts from bad to worse. Soldiers are being dispatched to the front lines, often those who have never seen combat, creating an air of desperation. This isn't merely a tactical blunder, it threatens to shatter trust within the ranks. The mantra of "us first, them later" crumbles into a haunting realization: everyone is next. Now, the disintegration of bonds among soldiers is palpable. As they face increasing pressures, the likelihood of tragedy looms over them. Reports of intense emotional distress surface, revealing a disturbing trend among the youngest, whose despair leads to tragic decisions. The fear of returning to the front after capture, where rumors suggest punishment and humiliation, further exacerbates the situation. The picture becomes clearer as the army retreats along the Sunumi line. No longer do the strategic plans align with the ground realities. Expected advances turn into hasty withdrawals from crucial positions like Andriivka and Kondretka, followed by the loss of Oleksiva and Bezalika. How did a military operation designed to showcase might turn into a panicked scramble for survival? With every passing day, the stakes get higher, and the question remains, can this fractured army regain its footing, or is it destined for further disintegration as the situation spirals out of control? As the situation unfolds, tension hangs in the air, leaving us to wonder what could possibly come next in this unfolding tragedy. The Russian military's grand strategy on the ground in Ukraine is crumbling, despite official denials. What Moscow calls regrouping is in fact a steady withdrawal, positions are being abandoned, lines are shrinking, and efforts focus on easing supply pressures rather than holding ground. But what triggered this unraveling, and what does it mean for the future of the conflict? On June 14, 2025, a pivotal moment was broadcast in the president's evening address. The town of Andriivka had been retaken. This wasn't just a minor victory, it symbolized a seismic shift in momentum. The capture of this strategically vital border settlement severed crucial supply and infiltration routes used by Russian forces. What made this revelation even more striking was the official confirmation, which when paired with detailed tactical reports, underscored the real weight of the breakthrough. Adding to the drama, influential voices within Russia's own information space began to acknowledge the losses. A prominent Russian military blogger exposed that parts of the 155th Marine Brigade had been forced to withdraw from Andriivka. This was a rare admission from inside the Russian ranks, confirming that retreat was no longer just a rumor, but a hard reality around Andriivka. The question on everyone's minds, why were even elite Marine units forced to pull back? The answer lies in relentless pressure on the front line. Ukrainian forces unleashed a punishing mix of close-range drone strikes, artillery barrages, mortar fire, and covert infiltration squads. This relentless assault prevented Russian armored units from maneuvering freely, confining them to defensive trench lines. The result? Even the seasoned Russian Marines had no choice but to fall back to safer positions. But Andriivka was not an isolated case. Weeks after this revelation, similar reports surfaced regarding Oleksiva. Russian sources admitted that elements of the 1,443rd Motorized Regiment had been left behind as the front line shifted. The pattern was clear, multiple points along the same axis were slipping through Russian fingers, unraveling Moscow's plans piece by piece. How long can this unraveling continue before it spirals into a full collapse? What does the abandonment of these critical positions reveal about the true state of morale and command within the Russian military? The battle for Ukraine is no longer just about territory, it's a psychological war where the front lines fracture first in the minds of those who fight. And in this war, the signs point to a force quietly breaking apart from within. What comes next could change everything. Will these tactical withdrawals lead to a broader strategic retreat, or is this just a temporary setback masked as regrouping? The answers lie buried beneath the smoke and noise of the front line, but every abandoned trench and every lost village tells a chilling story of a military struggling to hold itself together. Previously, we saw Russian Marines forced back to safer ground near Andriivka. Then, reports surfaced that the 1,443rd Motorized Regiment had been left behind in Oleksiva. This wasn't just about losing a village's name, it exposed a deeper crisis, the struggle to hold several key points along the same front. What came next was a chain reaction. On July 27, local and national media confirmed the liberation of Kondretka, right on the same axis as Andriivka. Official Ukrainian sources backed this with images and troop movement details in the following days, proving these weren't isolated victories. Barely 2 weeks later, on August 10, Bezalika was declared free, with information shared about the units involved in the operation. These back-to-back victories revealed a harsh truth: Moscow's plan to create a buffer zone along the Sunumi axis was unraveling. Establishing such a zone demands expanding front lines, holding vital junctions, and cutting infiltration routes. Instead, the reality on the ground showed the opposite. Russian forces were retreating from advanced posts, losing grip on intermediate positions, and facing constant supply disruptions. Picture this: the ground shaking under artillery fire, supply trucks stalling in muddy roads, soldiers scrambling to regroup while communication lines falter. The air thick with tension and the scent of smoke, as one position after another was abandoned. The buffer zone, touted as a strategic necessity in official bulletins from Moscow, was collapsing like a house of cards. The Ukrainian chief of general staff dropped a bombshell: progress along the Sumy border had stopped. The front line had stabilized. The momentum that once seemed unstoppable was broken. That same day, news agencies echoed this shift: the northern front has stalled, defense lines solidified, Andrika recaptured. Moscow's declared aim to push forward was quietly turning into a forced retreat. So, is this just a tactical withdrawal, or does it signal something far more profound? The Kremlin's silence on any official retreat only deepens the mystery. Meanwhile, Ukraine's forces press forward, steadily opening paths towards Crimea. The map is changing, and with it, the balance of power on the ground. What will this mean for the soldiers caught in the crossfire? And how long before the cracks in this shattered front widen into a full collapse? To recap, recent events shattered the momentum of Russian forces in the north. Official announcements hailed the recapture of Andrika, signaling a halt to Moscow's advance and marking a shift from attack to retreat. This sudden reversal rippled through the front line, transforming pressure into chaos. But was this a strategic withdrawal or just isolated tactical recalibration? The silence from Moscow only deepens the mystery. Now, the big question stands: is this pullback a carefully orchestrated exit plan from the top, or a frantic response born out of battlefield desperation? Kremlin statements avoid the word retreat altogether and probably will keep denying it. Meanwhile, Ukrainian forces press forward, their gains cracking open the gateway to Crimea across the southern front. Between late July and early August, relentless Ukrainian offensives smashed the Russian paratroopers' defenses along the Orakh-Robotyne corridor. They carved full control over 2 villages west of the Tmak route, breaking through the heavily fortified eastern Zaporizhia salient. This was no mere advance. It was a tightening noose on the western flank, an imposing push forward; on the eastern, a looming encirclement threat suffocating Russian units. Russia's southern forces began to feel the trap closing. The overall situation in Crimea teetered on the brink of collapse. Satellite images revealed artfully concealed scenes of Russian airborne forces pulling back from the south. Alongside them, artillery batteries once entrenched on the left bank of the Dnepro River silently disengaged, shrinking their artillery coverage. This contraction opened a broad avenue to Ukrainian HIMARS rocket systems. Ukrainian strikes zeroed in on the vital Kakhovka-Mariupol supply line, turning the Black Sea coast corridor upside down. Transport was now funneling through the A147 highway, a bottleneck snarled with traffic jams reducing the flow of supplies to just a third of its former speed. Kiev's southern command anticipated this breakdown perfectly. They swiftly redeployed the 46th Air Assault Brigade from the Robotyne axis to tighten the noose at Kopany Verbov. The sudden pressure disrupted Russian troop retreats, causing fragmentation and confusion. Internal Russian reports hinted at scattered battalion movements and disarray, units dispersing without coherent direction. This chaos, difficult to contain in Zaporizhia alone, triggered unexpected consequences stretching far beyond. The incomplete pontoon bridges placed last May at the Chimir and Henichesk Straits became glaring unsolved problems. They failed to offer a reliable fallback route for retreating Russian forces. Imagine soldiers stuck mid-escape, stranded with nowhere solid to cross. The failure of these makeshift crossings magnified logistical nightmares, trapping forces in an increasingly precarious position. This chain reaction exposed a crumbling defense falling apart not through overwhelming enemy firepower alone, but by the collapse of command, coordination, and hope. The question lingers: when walls break without a formal surrender, what remains? The answer may be unfolding as Russian troops turn their backs and scramble for safety, caught in a web of desperation. Diminishing options, and mounting losses. What will this unraveling mean for the next phase of the conflict? Will this be the beginning of a larger retreat or a temporary chaos before regrouping? The silence from the Kremlin only fuels questions, as Ukraine's forces edge ever closer to cutting off critical footholds. The stage is set for unexpected moves that could redefine the front lines entirely. The pressure mounts, and the ground trembles under the weight of shifting tides. Will Russian forces find a way out, or are they caught in a tightening trap with no door left to open? The coming days will unveil the true fate lying beneath the shadows. A crushing blockade had turned a vital supply corridor into a frozen trap. Just 2 days after becoming the main path northward, traffic ground to a halt on the Kerch Bridge, choking the lifeline for tens of thousands. The tension was thick in the air, like the metallic taste before a storm, and chaos spread further when Ukrainian special forces struck again. Unmanned surface vehicles unleashed explosions right at the mouth of Sevastopol, sealing off the Russian Black Sea Fleet inside its own base. The fleet's officers barely had time to react before the unthinkable happened. Within 48 hours, their families were being hurried away, evacuated by road to the Russian hinterland. Reports from underground resistance networks painted a bleak picture. A convoy, stalled for hours in the paralytic traffic jam, tried desperately to reach safety. The personnel of the 38th Warplane Regiment stationed in Belbek scrambled to clear their family quarters. Even this desperate movement was hindered by the blockade in Zaporizhia, a city whose fate was sending ripples through every Russian-held territory. Faced with both logistical paralysis and a collapse in morale, whispers spread among commanders. The talk, fall back to the Crimean interior defense line, abandon any dreams of holding a new front along the coast if the Melitopol defense belt gave way. The grim outcome was clear. Around 40,000 Russian troops on the peninsula stood stranded, cut off from fresh ammunition shipments coming from the west. Troop rotations froze in place. Worse still, the northern supply corridor came under direct threat by precision strikes from HIMARS rocket systems. Intelligence from Kiev threw cold light on the battlefield's intensity, isolated pockets of fierce combat, desperate to hold on. Meanwhile, analysts in Washington compared the siege to the notorious Kouralin pocket of 1944, but with a chilling twist: Russian forces trapped here lack an escape to the sea. Their only corridor, the Kerch Strait Bridge, remains their fragile lifeline, but it's under constant assault. This bridge has already endured 3 devastating attacks. Each time it is shored up, draining Russia's already overstretched infrastructure budget. Every repair feels like patching a sinking boat. As one explosion shatters the peace, the question hangs in the air like smoke from a dying fire: how long before the bridge finally collapses, sealing the fate of thousands? Will this be the final blow that forces Moscow's hand, or is there still a desperate strategy hidden beneath the rubble? The shadows lengthen over Crimea, and the clock ticks louder than ever. Imagine being trapped on enemy soil with just one narrow escape route: no sea behind you, no reinforcements coming. That's the grim reality for Russian troops caught deep inside Ukrainian territory. The Kerch Strait Bridge, their only way out, has been struck 3 times by relentless attacks. Each repair drains Russia's strained resources, turning escape into a desperate gamble. In August, leaked reports from Moscow's own defense ministry revealed a chilling truth: Crimea's lifeline was severed. The land corridor was effectively cut off, dooming the garrison to run out of ammunition within 2 months. The psychological shock rippled through the peninsula. Property prices plunged 15% in just a month as waves of migration swelled. The atmosphere was thick with tension and uncertainty. For Ukrainian strategists, this slow but steady advance was a masterstroke. Every village reclaimed forced Russian supply lines further north, squeezing them tighter. Each evacuation swelled the bottleneck at the Kerch Bridge, choking off vital reinforcements and supplies. Instead of preparing for a full-scale assault on Crimea, Ukraine's plan was to trap their enemy in a self-defeating stalemate. Small victories piled up, opening a path straight to the heart of the peninsula. Ukrainian generals now forecast a grim future for Russian forces. If the current momentum holds, the Tokmak-Melitopol line could collapse by year's end. From there, northern Crimea would lie within easy artillery range. Russian troops would face a stark choice: retreat through the ever-dangerous Kerch Strait or negotiate for humanitarian corridors under intense pressure. This mounting pressure is dragging Crimea back into the international spotlight as a critical bargaining chip in the broader conflict. Meanwhile, Putin's plans are unraveling. His summer offensive is crumbling before his eyes. The collapse became undeniable on June 14, when President Zelensky announced the liberation of Andrika. One swift move shattered 18 months of Russian preparation and dreams of dominating eastern Ukraine. What will happen next? Can Russia hold on to Crimea, or is the peninsula slipping from its grasp? The answers hang in the balance, wrapped in tension, desperation, and the echoes of relentless artillery fire. The battle for Crimea is no longer just a military fight, it's a psychological war that could decide the fate of the entire region. The summer offensive dreamed up by Putin, the one that was supposed to crush Ukraine's resistance, crumbled faster than anyone imagined. Over 150,000 Russian soldiers, backed by thousands of armored vehicles and artillery pieces, found themselves trapped in a deadly stalemate. Day after day, they took 1 step forward, and 2 steps back. The front lines tightened like a noose, freezing their advance and draining their strength. Meanwhile, Ukraine's forces pressed relentlessly across three critical fronts, refusing to yield an inch. The result? Putin's grand plan for summer 2025 shattered before it could truly take shape. But how did Ukraine manage to break through the seemingly unstoppable tide? How did they dismantle a force that had been preparing for this moment for a year and a half? The answer lies in a deadly combination of strategy, resilience, and timing. As the second half of summer 2025 unfolded, satellite images revealed a stark truth. The three key bulges that Russian troops once held with confidence, Sumy-Bilopilia Arc in the north, the Kursk border corridor, and the battered Donbas plains in the southeast, were closing fast. Over 150,000 Russian soldiers found themselves trapped in these shrinking pockets, vulnerable to constant drone surveillance and relentless artillery barrages. Reports from the front paint a grim picture, pressure mounting from every direction, a battlefield soaked in exhaustion and despair. Four critical factors explain this collapse. First, Ukraine's mobile artillery doctrine, which keeps the enemy guessing and constantly on the move. Second, ingenious hybrid tactics blending infiltration and fortification that break through defenses unexpectedly. Third, the fragile supply lines that can't keep up with the demands of prolonged fighting. And finally, the crushing erosion of morale and dwindling reserves among Russian ranks. Take the Sumy-Bilopilia axis, near the Kursk border. Russian armored columns are bogged down in swampy terrain, caught in muddy choke points that make them sitting ducks. Long supply convoys creep cautiously into zones swarming with drone strikes, a deadly hunt orchestrated by Ukrainian forces using nimble, bomb-laden drones. Meanwhile, in the Donbas region, the air is thick with the thunder of counter-battery fire from HIMARS, Ukrainian rocket systems that systematically shred Russian artillery positions. Putin's slow, grinding plan to wear down Ukraine is now a crushing trap. His soldiers are backed into corners, with nowhere left to turn. The very offensive meant to break Ukraine has instead broken the spirit and cohesion of the Russian troops. But this is just the beginning of the story. What will happen next when an army's will falters and its leaders gamble recklessly? How far will Moscow push its men into this vortex of destruction? And what does this mean for a war that has already cost so much? The next chapter reveals the untold stories from the front lines of desperation, shattered command, and a military unraveling from within. Stay close as this high-stakes drama unfolds. The previous segment revealed how long Russian supply convoys stumbled into deadly drone ambushes. Artillery lines in the Donbas were ripped apart by relentless counterfire. Moscow's slow grind to victory was strangling itself, stuck in a tightening trap. Now, the question is, how far does this collapse stretch and what price will be paid by those caught in the crossfire? Imagine tens of thousands of soldiers trapped on a crumbling front stretching from Sumy to Kursk, through Donbas, isolating Andrevka's countryside. This vast front line is where Moscow's carefully laid plans have shattered and where Ukraine seized an unexpected edge. Let's start in Sumy Oblast, a region that morphed from quiet countryside into an unyielding fortress of resistance. Flashback to February 2022, armored columns rolled toward the capital. But the real story wasn't in tanks alone, it was in the people, ordinary residents armed with nothing but smartphones and fierce determination. They crafted Molotov cocktails, launched guerrilla attacks, and ambushed supply lines, transforming the region into a painful thorn for the invaders' side. The world watched, but few grasped the power swelling in grassroots defiance. Months later, Russia, undeterred, set its sights back on Sumy. Weeks before the offensive, intelligence trickled in, drones circled skies like malevolent vultures, and satellite images revealed a buildup, a chaotic mix of regular forces and poorly trained conscripts massing near the border. Ukraine's military intelligence, sharper and more capable than before, signaled the impending storm. It was clear Moscow aimed to relive last year's offensive nightmare by tearing through Sumy again. On commanders' maps, Moscow's plan looked sound: deploy more than 50,000 soldiers to shatter Ukraine's border defenses, carve out a buffer zone, and shield its own territory from precision drone strikes that had infuriated the Kremlin. But the reality was far darker and far messier. The summer offensive erupted with brutal predictability. Artillery pounded relentlessly. Glide bombs soared, trading sky for devastation below. Swarms of low-cost, kamikaze drones darted through the smoke like deadly hornets. The goal was clear: to reduce Ukraine's defenses to ruins and force civilians to flee. But beneath this familiar chaos, the Russian army's fragility was bleeding through. What seemed like just another military operation hides a deeper collapse, one born not just of strategy, but of shattered morale and broken minds. What happens when soldiers no longer believe in the cause? What costs ripple when the very will to fight starts to crumble? In the next chapter, we will peel back layers of this unraveling, uncover the devastating effects on Russian forces, and reveal the desperate, sometimes terrifying choices made in these war-weary ranks. Is this the beginning of a total disintegration, or a painful, temporary shock? The answer might be more haunting than anyone predicted. The Russian summer offensive began with brutal intensity, artillery shells raining down like thunder, glide bombs streaking through smoky skies, and relentless swarms of low-cost but deadly Shahid drones buzzing overhead. The goal was clear: smash Ukraine's border defenses into dust, force terrified civilians to flee, and clear the path for a sweeping ground invasion. Small Russian reconnaissance and assault squads, no larger than a dozen men each, slipped across the border. Their missions were simple yet deadly: probe Ukrainian positions, seize tiny border villages, and plant Russian flags for propaganda cameras. A heavy fog of war descended, thick with conflicting rumors and anxious silences. But then came the Ukrainian counterstrike. The tide turned fiercely against Russia. This was no longer the rushed, untrained resistance of early 2022. These were battle-hardened Ukrainian troops, drilled by NATO, armed with better equipment, and prepared to hold their ground with iron will. Russian ground forces, expecting quick victories, instead slammed into unyielding walls of minefields, fortified trenches, and fierce defenders. Their swift assaults shattered against Ukraine's steel-reinforced lines. Moscow had once paraded 3 elite units as its crown jewels: the 1st Guards Tank Army, the 2nd Guards Combined Arms Army, and the Siberian-born 41st Combined Arms Army. Together, they formed what Kremlin propaganda called an invincible triangle. On February 24, 2022, Russian state television proudly showcased the 41st Army, boasting invincible armor as it marched forward. Now, 3.5 years later, that myth has crumbled into ghostly ruins. Kiev's intelligence paints a grim picture. The 41st Army, once a symbol of raw power, no longer exists as a functioning force. Command posts lie empty, communication lines have gone dead, and much of their armored vehicles have been destroyed or scrapped. According to detailed reports, 7 high-ranking generals, lieutenant generals and major generals have been purged from its ranks. 4 senior commanders were killed in combat, 1 suffered grave injuries from a mine blast, and 2 officers have vanished after disobeying orders. What became of Putin's so-called unstoppable armies? The image of an ironclad force is shattered. The once mighty 41st Army has fractured into fragments, a shadow of its former self. But is this collapse isolated, or a sign of a deeper rot eating away at the heart of Russia's military machine? As the sun sets over the embattled borderlands, a chilling question echoes through the empty command posts: can this shattered force regroup, or is it doomed to disintegrate entirely? The silence that follows is deafening. What happens next could change everything. In an astonishing military saga, the 41st Army, once a formidable force of 35,000 soldiers marching towards Kiev, now finds itself dwindled to just 17,000. This rapid decline is not a mere reflection of battle fatigue but the result of a series of catastrophic missteps and relentless assaults from Ukrainian forces. The army, which boasted 350 battle tanks and over 1,000 armored vehicles, now grapples with a mere 110 tanks, a startling number of which are outdated T-62 models salvaged from storage. What unleashed this downfall? The answers lie in years of logistical failures, personnel shortages, and the crushing effectiveness of Ukraine's surveillance and targeting capabilities. Each high-velocity missile strike rendered fuel depots obliterated while every drone flight targeted logistics vehicles, exposing the deep fractures in the Russian military's reliability. The once impressive machinery of war, carefully honed over decades, now appears as if rusting under scrutiny. The catastrophic turning point can be traced back to a fateful spring day in 2022 near the GSTL airport. In a narrow lane lined with supply trucks spanning 20 kilometers, vulnerability peaked. Guided by intel, Ukrainian units unleashed a barrage from a HIMARS battery, devastatingly efficient. The result? 180 logistics vehicles obliterated, an immense stockpile of fuel erased, and a delayed advance that would echo in strategic discussions for months thereafter. As a once proud army retreated into a defensive posture. The ramifications reverberated across every echelon of command, eroding morale and shaking the very foundations of leadership. Within weeks, not just men were lost, knowledge and capabilities faltered as key personnel succumbed to the chaos. What began as a logistical hiccup transformed into a crisis of confidence that has haunted the Kremlin and marked each soldier's every command. The dismantling of the 41st Army structure is not merely an operational failure, it signals a dramatic collapse of command trust and tactical competence. Soldiers once believed to be invincible are now plagued by haunted doubts, and whispers of impending doom circulate. Will this be the beginning of the end for an army that once held immense promise? The answer may lie in the soil of the battlefield, where valor and despair intertwine in a relentless conflict. As the sun sets on this military theater, with the echoes of distant artillery punctuating the silence, one can only ponder, is this the final act of a once mighty force, or the beginning of a desperate attempt to reclaim lost glory? The stakes remain impossibly high. Every move, every decision, could spell triumph or utter disaster in a war where loss is often more than just a number. Can any strategy reverse this disheartening spiral? The unfolding drama continues. Earlier, we saw how crumbling morale and shattered command chains echoed through the Kremlin's corridors and battlefields alike. Now, the grim story unfolds near Brovary in April 2023, a tale of chaos seeping into every layer of a once feared force. Picture this, as night cloaks the battlefield, a drone silently sweeps over enemy lines, finding a glowing target, the commander's vehicle of the 41st Army headquarters. Then, without mercy, artillery shells tear into it. Communication cabins and fiber optic lines at the brigade level are incinerated. The lifeline of order is severed. Frontline battalions, now lost in silence, wait, not hours, but 2 agonizing days, for a single command. But the nightmare doesn't end there. By the close of the month, 3 senior officers perish in a horrifying accident, friendly fire sparked by faulty coordinates. Leadership collapses faster than a house of cards, yet no one steps up to fill the void. Why? Because the best trained officers had already been siphoned away to other battlefronts, leaving holes too wide to patch. In response, the Kremlin orders a hastily planned overhaul. The 41st Army is pulled back to the Kastamanovo polygon for repairs and retraining, a 3-month window for rebirth, or so the theory goes. They hand over modernization to a digital command system, imported from China. Sounds promising? Not quite. The interface menus appear in a foreign language, unreadable to the Russian officers. Confusion reigns. Meanwhile, key chips stall in customs, delayed by sanctions. The clock ticks fiercely, half the training time vanishes just fixing electronic glitches. There's no time left for critical night-firing drills. One brigade commander grimly reports his tank's night vision caps out at 600 meters. Ukrainian drones lurk in the shadows far beyond that, striking from 1,200 meters without warning. As if that wasn't enough, the 41st Army faces a devastating blow early in 2024. An artillery drone assault tears open the Kiansk corridor, triggering secondary explosions at ammo depots. Satellite images reveal a fiery chain reaction, wheeled ammunition transports ablaze one after the other. Fire trucks rush in but cannot tame the inferno. The force once advancing toward its objectives is now caught in a downward spiral, a perfect storm of shattered leadership, technological failure, and relentless enemy pressure. So, ask yourself, when your own command system becomes a cryptic puzzle, and your enemy strike unseen from twice your range, can victory ever be yours? Or is this the beginning of the end for an army unraveling fast? The next chapter will reveal what happens when failure is encoded into every order given. In a tumultuous week of warfare, chaos unfurled within the ranks of the beleaguered 41st Army. The conflict intelligence team reported a staggering loss of 12 tanks, revealing a grim reality. As ammunition shortages plagued the front lines, the soldiers faced a crippling phenomenon known as the empty barrel syndrome during assaults. The once decisive orders from commanders became lost echoes in the din of battle, rendered meaningless by the collapse of logistics. By July 2025, the situation deteriorated further, as classified documents leaked from Kiev Analytica unveiled shocking statistics. The 41st Army had suffered a catastrophic loss of half its personnel. Tank losses soared to an astonishing 68%, while armored personnel carriers and artillery systems faced similar fates, with losses at 55% and 47% respectively. However, mere numbers fail to capture the profound psychological toll this conflict inflicted. 7 generals, supposed leaders waiting in reserve, had either fallen in battle or deserted, now facing prosecution for their actions. Meanwhile, the middle ranks of majors and colonels dwindled to alarming lows, creating a vacuum of leadership. Disturbing radio communications from the Slavansky front revealed the utter disarray. Oblast forces are trying to coordinate fire, but there are no orders. It's unclear who is in charge. Consider the plight of a Russian soldier, wearing the emblem of the 41st Army, clutching his rifle, and staring into the vast uncertainty of command. Doubts gnawed at him. Should I retreat, too? The Ukrainian forces, sensing the disillusionment, employed a psychological tactic that resonated deeply among the weary troops. From loudspeakers, they broadcast, "If you cannot reach your commander, leave your coordinates and surrender on foot. Hot soup awaits you." Initially dismissed as mere propaganda, this message began to seep into the hearts of soldiers during the long, frigid nights in the trenches. The results were staggering. According to Ukraine's initiative, I Want to Live, a record 7,846 soldiers from the 41st Army chose to surrender, revealing the crumbling will to fight among the ranks. Each surrender echoed the profound despair and longing for hope amidst the chaos of war. What happens when a soldier realizes that survival is a more appealing option than blind loyalty to a failing command? The narrative unfolds, revealing the haunting reality of a conflict that has spiraled beyond control. What lies ahead for those who chose to surrender? Will they find solace or face the consequences of their decision in a world torn apart by war? The chilling question of survival continues to loom over the battlefield, as the soldiers grapple with the weight of their choices. Previously, we saw how thousands of soldiers from the 41st Army surrendered, shaken by freezing nights and despair. What was once dismissed as a weak psychological trick offering hot soup and safe passage had become a lifeline for those trapped in endless trenches. Now, the unraveling of the 41st Army reveals a deeper, more dangerous crack beneath the surface of Russia's war effort. Imagine a battlefield map that shifts beneath your feet like quicksand. The Kremlin's military planners are desperately patching holes in their defenses, but every fix weakens the fabric further. The 41st Army has all but vanished, their tanks destroyed, commanders missing, and communication lines gone silent. Meanwhile, the 36th Army was shuffled northward to shore up Donetsk. This left the southern front, near Kherson, dangerously exposed. It's a classic case of winning battles but losing the war. Every tank lost isn't just a metal giant destroyed. It's a cascade of losses. A $5 million T-90M tank lost means the engine, the fire control system, thermal optics, ammunition, and the entire supply chain disappear with it. When reports confirmed the 41st Army lost 110 tanks, the staggering number hit the headlines. Over $500 million vanished within 3 years. But the real cost is even higher. Thousands of soldiers killed or severely wounded demanded compensation, pushing Russia's fragile economy closer to the edge. To keep the ruble afloat, the central bank has been desperately selling foreign reserves. In July alone, $450 million was spent defending the currency's value, but this is only a temporary bandage. With growing budget deficits and falling oil revenues, burning through reserves now risks a harsh currency crisis in the coming winter. You can almost hear the panic in Moscow's financial districts. Shares of defense companies plunged 6% in just 2 days. Small investors are rushing for the exits, terrified of what's next. The war is not just fought on the battlefield but inside the economy and the minds of those still standing. How long can a nation hold its ground when every victory drains its lifeblood and sows fear among its own people? What happens when the map itself begins to betray the very forces it was meant to guide? And just when it seemed the cracks couldn't grow deeper, a chilling report arrives. The 41st Army's collapse isn't just a military failure. It's the harbinger of a wider unraveling. Will the next patch tear apart the whole fabric of the front? The answer might change everything. In the previous part, we uncovered how a severe currency crisis deepened the financial wounds of Russia's defense sector. Panic gripped investors as once stable stocks plunged sharply. Now, the fallout is reaching the very hearts of Russian households, shattering consumer trust and confidence. Imagine walking into a sprawling shopping center. The buzz is different now, and unsettling quiet replaces the usual crowd noise. Electronic sales have plummeted by a staggering 18%. With mortgage rates already biting hard, people's saving instincts have flipped. Instead of opening their wallets, they clutch foreign currency like a lifeline, refusing to spend the weakening ruble. The air smells of uncertainty, fear lingers in whispers among shoppers. But the ripples of distrust don't stop with wallets. A recent poll from the renowned Lobata Center revealed an extraordinary leap. 59% of Russians now openly express dissatisfaction with the direction of the war. That's a jump of 12 points in just a month. For a society long known for cautious loyalty, this rise is a seismic shift. What's driving this surge in discontent? It's not just what's broadcast on television. On the ground, in cities and towns, waves of nervous energy fuel a rush for passport appointments. The numbers tell a bleak story. Applications have soared from around 9,000 daily in late June to over 15,000 by mid-July. The rush is most intense among professionals connected to the West: engineers, designers, translators who quietly contemplate leaving a country that feels like it's slipping away. This exodus threatens to hollow out the nation's future, draining the brainpower needed to steady an economy already staggering. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield and streets, Russia's global bargaining power shrinks by the day. China, once a tentative partner, now demands deeper discounts on energy contracts. Their reasoning is brutally clear: an army faltering on the front lines weakens geopolitical clout, making Moscow vulnerable. India follows suit, using intelligence reports about Russian weaknesses to negotiate $5 less per barrel of crude oil. For a state revenue so dependent on oil, each concession stings like a fresh wound. In response, the Kremlin tries to sound the alarm bell. Announcements of countermeasures echo through halls of power, but the cracks are deeply rooted. Will these defenses hold, or is the Kremlin merely patching leaks on a sinking ship? What happens when the trust of a nation, both at home and abroad, shatters? What price will the people pay when the army fades and allies demand more? The next chapter reveals the growing storm lurking beneath official words, where silent fears and harsh realities collide. The Kremlin's announcements promise to stop the slide, but deep behind the lines, the reality is far darker. Imagine a battlefield where artillery shells come from North Korea, optics and microchips are imported from China, and mixed units from Belarus are thrown into the fray. These desperate attempts patch up cracks but never solve the core problem. It's not just about weapons or equipment. It's about trained soldiers, reliable supply lines, disciplined command, and the will of the people backing the war. The 41st Army's collapse exposed this truth brutally. Picture the shattered remains of a military force once envisioned as an unstoppable juggernaut. This army, once boasting tens of thousands of troops, hundreds of main battle tanks, and 1,000 armored vehicles, now exists in fragments. Officers vanish, radio silence spreads over command posts, and armored vehicles lie destroyed or abandoned. Ukrainian forces have pushed through gaps along the Kanskato line. Night after night, Ukrainian units wait in eerie silence, no artillery fire answering their signals, no rockets flying back. One night, we didn't fire a single rocket, an officer recounted quietly, because there was simply no artillery to respond. The front line, long hardened with concrete bunkers, suddenly feels flexible, almost vulnerable. This shift doesn't only echo in the trenches, it reverberates across capitals. Western governments, long patient with cautious support, now see undeniable signs of Russian military decay. For years, some voices doubted whether heavy weapons shipments were justified. Fearing Moscow's conventional power was still formidable. But the fall of this single army is breaking that illusion. Intelligence briefings in Washington emphasize that the Russian forces are depleting far faster than anyone predicted. The myth of their long-range dominance is losing grip, opening the door to supplying Ukraine with more advanced weapon systems soon. Back home, the propaganda machine strains under the weight of these realities. Official broadcasts cling to success stories, but cracks show each time a presenter stumbles, when words like victory despite losses leap out and spread across social networks. The gap between words and facts widens. What once seemed like unstoppable progress now teeters on the edge of collapse. As the Russian high command tries to regroup, shoring up faltering fronts with rear units and even sideline soldiers, despair creeps into the ranks. How long can this patchwork hold before the entire system unravels? The soldiers know the bitter truth: ammunition alone does not win wars, only the spirit to fight does. And in the shadows of this unfolding crisis, that spirit flickers dangerously low. What was believed to be a temporary shock now looks like a deeper fracture. How much longer can Moscow mask retreat as regrouping? And as Ukraine presses its advantage, will this moment mark the beginning of a fundamental turning point on the battlefield and beyond? The Russian army is showing signs of rapid decline, and the myth of its formidable long-range capabilities is fading fast. This weakening could pave the way for Ukraine to receive more advanced weaponry soon, while Russian propaganda is beginning to unravel. Under this backdrop, a curious thing is happening. The same forces that once projected strength are now exposing vulnerabilities. Live broadcasts continue to proclaim that the so-called special operation is proceeding smoothly. Yet, the reported successes appear increasingly hollow, like a mirage fading away. A careless slip by a news anchor, an attempted cheer of victory despite losses, propelled the phrase not victory, but loss into the public sphere, going viral and revealing cracks in the Kremlin's tightly controlled narrative. So, what happens when a superpower finds itself losing its army? The answer is layered and complex. First, the immediate military ramifications create a slowing momentum on the front lines. Defenses once deemed impenetrable are now weakening. Next, the financial impact cannot be dismissed. Each tactical loss translates into dwindling resources, leading to a battered economy and a ruble that grows increasingly fragile. Socially, trust in the government begins to erode. A brain drain occurs, as young professionals, disillusioned and fearful, seek opportunities abroad. Economically, the specter of decline looms larger. On the geopolitical stage, Russia's hand in negotiations weakens, and allies start taking a calculated approach to their support. The ripple effects remind us that modern warfare is not lost by a single powerful strike but through 1,000 small, insidious fractures. These days, the Kremlin appears hushed, trapped in a corner with fewer diplomatic options. General mobilization looms as a potential solution, but the stakes are high. The partial mobilization of fall 2022 spurred public outrage, with thousands of young Russians fleeing to border crossings. True recovery will take years, not months. Restoring morale requires training skilled officers, a challenge in itself. Compounding these issues, checks issued for munitions from North Korea signify an escalating interest burden on an economy already staggering under pressure. Meanwhile, the dependence on dual-use drones and optical systems from China means even more compromises, with Beijing seldom offering aid without strings attached. The narrative might be on the brink of transformation. What happens when an army no longer aligns with the narrative of invincibility? What are the consequences when a superpower's facade begins to crumble? The stakes could not be higher as we plunge deeper into a situation that will reshape not just battles, but history. The once mighty 41st Army, a symbol of strength, is now a stark reminder of what happens when a superpower's ambitions outpace its resources. Russia is digging deeper into debt, mortgaging future revenues just to keep its military machine running. It's a bitter irony. While troops fight on the front lines, the economic backbone that supports them is cracking under pressure. Loans from China come with strings attached, exchanged for control over Russia's mobile phone market. Ammunition bought from North Korea means new interest payments piling up on a collapsing economy. The battlefield losses of the 41st Army perfectly capture this grim reality. Modern wars aren't won by sheer firepower alone. They are decided by the strength of a country's industry and the will of its people. Tanks can be replaced. Weapons can be restocked. But when soldiers fall, the cost becomes personal and permanent. In today's digital age, there is no hiding the truth. A mother holds her phone, scrolling through her son's selfies from the front. Minutes later, she reads that his commander is dead, and a leaked report reveals her son's unit is disintegrating, unable to receive orders. This isn't just battlefield news, it's a crushing blow to morale, felt far beyond the trenches. The ripple effect reaches the currency markets, shaking confidence at home. Military defeat slowly seeps into fear for daily survival. At this stage, even the most aggressive propaganda struggles to hold back the tide. Meanwhile, Ukraine turns every whisper of Russian collapse into a psychological weapon. In Kyiv, posters mock the enemy's disarray, a tank with the chilling phrase, "No commander? Surrender now." At the front lines, loudspeakers broadcast a haunting invitation, "Lost your leader? Come over. Warm food awaits." It's a cruel message aimed directly at shattered minds on the battlefield. Yet, in the cold trenches, propaganda posters barely scratch the surface of the soldiers' torment. The real war is inside their heads, between hope and despair. What happens when the backbone of a military breaks? Can any amount of borrowed money or borrowed power patch together a fading empire? The 41st Army's fall is more than a tactical defeat, it's a warning echoing through the ruins of an empire's pride. And the question lingers, how long before the cracks become a full collapse? The haunting echo of a desperate plea repeats over and over. We didn't know what to do after our commander died. Imagine the chaos when the person meant to lead vanishes, confusion floods the ranks like a storm. This is the breaking point for the Kremlin. Can they stop the psychological collapse gripping the 41st Army before it spreads like wildfire? Behind closed doors, financial officials wrestle with another crisis: how to slow the hemorrhage of foreign currency draining away as losses mount on the battlefield. Caught between these two storms, Moscow faces a brutal dilemma. On one side, they need fresh soldiers to fill the void. On the other, calling more men to fight risks igniting unrest at home. Supplies flowing in from China keep the army moving forward for now, but at what cost? This growing reliance chips away at Russia's independence on the global stage, a slow erosion that threatens the very foundation of power. Meanwhile, Kiev watches closely, aiming to turn the 41st Army's collapse into a weapon of psychological warfare, to force Moscow into a terrifying question: which unit will crumble next? This invisible fracture, a vacuum in command and will, can shatter morale deeper than any barrage of artillery fire. If Ukraine manages to link its modern Western tanks, artillery, and air defense into a seamless tactical network, the 41st Army syndrome could ignite a domino effect across Russia's forces. The spotlight is now on the rest of Russia's strategic units. The elite 1st Guard Tank Army still carries its prestigious name. But satellite images reveal a troubling truth: equipment rotations are faltering. The steady exodus of experienced officers means young, barely trained leaders are taking command in the heat of battle. Picture a 21-year-old lieutenant, barely 2 weeks into frontline duty, suddenly thrust into company command. Decades of seasoned leadership can't be replaced overnight. This grim reality makes the prospect of another army's collapse more than just a nightmare; it's becoming a looming certainty. At the heart of this crisis lies a simple, brutal truth: without will and leadership, no army can stand. What happens next could change everything. In the stark aftermath of battle, we find ourselves confronting an uncomfortable truth: the notion of a superpower is not defined merely by the number of soldiers or weapons it possesses, but by the strength of its industry, economy, and social fabric, the very elements that sustain military might. The disintegration of the 41st Army serves as a painful reminder that these pillars of power are failing. The economic safety net grows thinner, societal patience wears dangerously thin, and the chokehold of sanctions strangles industrial potential. Glancing into the Kremlin's core, we see a chaotic table littered with mobilization plans and credit assessments, all vying for the bureaucrat's attention. Stress lines deepen on his face as he grapples with decisions that intertwine and threaten to exacerbate the looming crises. Losing the 41st Army is not merely about losing men or machinery, it's a profound blow to the foundations of decision-making itself, shaking the very nerve of governance. Can Putin truly resurrect the 41st Army, especially in the absence of a commander? If he does, can he reignite the vital experience, moral superiority, and global respect that have been so painfully lost? The questions multiply, and they are not just complex, they're unavoidable. The entire narrative surrounding Russia's military aspirations is disintegrating before our eyes. Once, the doctrine proclaimed, an iron fist will fall upon Kiev. Now that same fist slips through grasping fingers like sand. As the possibility of victory becomes increasingly uncertain, the Kremlin faces a critical juncture. How do they reassure the public when options like declaring victory, freezing the war, or mobilizing larger forces are on the table? Such decisions will shape history, leaving the final outcome a profound mystery. And here we stand, at the edge of uncertainty, questioning whether the dominoes of failure will continue to topple in a relentless cascade. The juxtaposition of industrial decay and a faltering framework raises another, deeper question: is this merely a temporary setback, or is it the beginning of a larger systemic unraveling? As we brace ourselves for what comes next, remember, a single decision can reshape the entire battlefield. What lies ahead is anyone's guess. Previously, we explored how Russia's grip is loosening on its front lines. Morale is shattering, soldiers are breaking down, and command keeps pushing troops into futile assaults. As the once formidable lines crumble, the Kremlin faces a grim question: how long can this domino effect be stopped before everything falls apart? Yet beyond the battlefield chaos, an even darker game unfolds in the shadows, a ruthless campaign that strikes at the heart of power itself. Can the Kremlin truly weather these heavy losses, or is this just the beginning of a relentless collapse? The answer might lie in a surprising blend of ancient tactics revived for modern war. Ukraine has resurrected the deadly art of shadow warfare, partisans, communities, and special forces working in sync to hit Russia's war machine where it hurts most, its leadership and command structure. These are no random acts of violence but precise, surgical strikes carried out with chilling silence. Take, for instance, a recent high-profile operation that unfolded far from the frontline chaos. On August 17, Ukraine's elite special forces, known as the UAE Teen Unit, launched a covert airstrike. Their target? Isadula Abachev, the deputy commander of Russian forces in the Sever Group. This strike happened just 5 kilometers inside Russian territory near Rilsk in Kursk Oblast. The attack gravely wounded Abachev, who was swiftly flown to Moscow for urgent treatment. What makes these hits so effective isn't just firepower but a masterful strategy composed of 3 key pillars. At the tactical level, micro-UAVs in first-person view drones stalk targets at close range, feeding real-time intelligence. At the operational stage, deep strike missions blindside enemy command posts and vehicles. Above all, the goal is psychological domination, to break the will of the enemy by hitting those they trust most. It's no coincidence that many high-ranking figures removed from Russia's war effort trace back to these methods. Ukraine's special forces openly confirmed the recent attack, noting that Abachev had also become the subject of a criminal investigation opened by their prosecutor's office in 2023. This confirms Ukraine's determination not only to fight on the battlefield but to dismantle Russia's military leadership piece by piece even inside Russian soil. What does this silent war mean for the Kremlin? The shaking of their command structure reveals vulnerabilities Moscow desperately tried to hide. Are these assassinations the whisper of an unstoppable collapse? Or just the echo of a deeper struggle for survival? The coming weeks may hold the answer. But one thing is certain, the war is no longer just fought with tanks and artillery. In these shadows, new weapons cut deeper than any shell. Will Russia find a way to plug these wounds in its leadership? Or will the dominoes keep falling, toppling the very foundation of its military efforts? The questions linger, and the shadows grow longer. Previously, we saw how Ukraine's strike capabilities have shattered key military nodes. That relentless pressure exposed critical vulnerabilities along the Kursk-Belgorod front. Today, a shocking event reveals just how deep that breach runs. Meet General Abachev. After the invasion of 2022, he entrenched himself inside the Luhansk region's separatist forces. He didn't just serve there, he commanded a powerful Second Army Corps, a linchpin in Russia's hold over Luhansk. His operations were brutal, deliberately targeting civilians, violating the laws of war established long ago. Then came August 17. On that day, Ukraine exacted a harsh revenge. General Abachev was struck down, killed openly in his own territory. This was no ordinary casualty. He joined a grim roll call, over 11 generals lost by Russia, more than 500 high-ranking officers eliminated so far by Ukraine's precision strikes. What does this tell us? It shatters the illusion of invulnerability just behind Russia's border. The layers of air defense, meant to shield command posts and airspace from drones and missiles, are riddled with gaping holes. The northern sector near Kursk is especially vulnerable. Why? The problem is not only a shortage of defensive platforms. It's that Russia cannot keep these defenses running smoothly. Ammunition shortages and maintenance issues plague point defense systems like Tor and Panzer. Radar cover flickers like a broken light, leaving route blind spots sets of seconds when enemy UAVs and missiles slip through unnoticed. Ukraine exploits these tiny windows relentlessly. Their swarms of low-cost drones saturate defenses, shrinking those moments to mere minutes. The message is blunt and terrifying: even deep behind enemy lines, no one is safe anymore. Reconnaissance and strike chains are timed out in seconds, not minutes. Even if Russia reclaims lost territory around Kursk, their air defense can't maintain a continuous shield against nightly waves of UAVs combined with cruise missiles and tactical jets. A high-ranking general, even in what should be a fortress, is still exposed every single night. So, as Ukraine tightens the noose, what is the Kremlin's next move? Can Moscow plug these fatal holes in their defense? Or will more commanders face the same fate as Abachev? The answer hangs in a cruel balance. The next strike could come any moment. Imagine a battlefield where unseen eyes strike relentlessly. Where commanders tremble not just from the roar of artillery, but from the invisible dangers creeping behind their lines. What happens when the nerve center of an army, the command posts, the supply hubs, begins to crack under unrelenting pressure? The answer lies deep within the conflict along the Kursk front line. Previously, we saw how Russian forces, even if they claw back ground around Kursk, are critically exposed every night to Ukrainian drone swarms and precise strikes. No matter the terrain, high-value targets remain vulnerable. Tonight, let's pull back the curtain and reveal the strategy behind this relentless campaign, a strategy calculated to unsettle, disorient, and eventually paralyze. The assault on Kursk is far more than random attacks or isolated attempts to eliminate officers. It is a targeted, ongoing siege aimed at crippling the very heart of Russian command. Ukrainian forces have held firm to a plan that ties down Russian units in the north, forcing them to defend multiple layered supply points while easing pressure elsewhere. Each missile strike, drone attack, and sabotage mission works toward one core goal: to disrupt the flow of orders and starve the front lines of coordinated support. One shocking incident, the so-called batch operation, exemplifies this approach. What unfolds here is not just a strike, it is a carefully timed domino, set to shake Russian command networks to their core. The fallout? Russian commanders will be compelled to overhaul how they move, protect escorts, and manage electronic defenses. This upheaval will slow decisions, introduce hesitation, and sap initiative. If orders take longer to reach the field, entire battle plans unravel. Feel the weight of uncertainty when the very signals that bind armies begin to falter. On the psychological battlefield, the consequences are anguishingly clear. The once unassailable image of secure rear zones shatters. Frontline troops realize their leaders are no longer untouchable. The invisible threat seeps into minds, breeding hesitation among mid-level officers who now weigh risks more cautiously. When caution outweighs aggressiveness, momentum stalls. Even forces with superior numbers can find themselves outmaneuvered by an enemy who strikes precisely, computes instantly, and exploits every hesitation. From 2024 onwards, Ukraine's operations near Kursk have been a chess game, not just a battle for land. Their forces pushed deep, sometimes 28 to 35 kilometers, into what should have been Russian rear zones. Holding dozens of settlements, controlling artillery ranges, and seizing vital supply routes, Ukrainian troops forced Moscow's hand. Russian command had to shift units, spread forces thin, and scramble to patch gaps, a costly distraction detracting from efforts in the embattled Donbass region. Listen closely to the sounds behind the front line: the hum of drones at night, the crackle of intercepted communications, the whispers of disrupted supply chains. These signals tell a story of an opponent outsmarting brute force with endurance and cunning. So ask yourself, how does a war change when the enemy controls not just the battlefield, but the mind and will of those fighting it? When the lines at the front break first and the minds behind the lines? The battle around Kursk is proof it's not the hardest shell or the biggest gun that wins, but the resilience of those who command and the vulnerabilities they carry within. What happens next? When commanders grow wary and operational chaos deepens, will the Russian forces regain their grip, or will this silent siege mark the beginning of an irreversible collapse? The answers lie just beyond the horizon, hidden in the fog of war. Since early 2024, Ukrainian forces have pushed deep, up to 28 to 35 kilometers, into Russian-held territory. They now control dozens of key settlements, reshaping the battlefield's artillery reach. Moscow, determined to regain lost ground, scrambled to redeploy troops. But shifting forces caused chaos, disrupting Russian troop movements in the Donbass region. This turmoil wasn't exploited by risky, long-range raids, but through precise surveillance and relentless, cost-effective strikes. These moves also changed the way lower-ranking officers perceived danger. Orders were no longer handed out face-to-face, increasing tension and mistrust. On the front line, Ukraine perfected a ruthless system: nighttime drone reconnaissance combined with precise artillery fire along the Kursk-Belgorod line. The Russians, already disorganized, found themselves trapped in a deadly trap: a saturated drone zone. Every opportunity to move was met with relentless detection and devastating strikes. Ukraine's strategy was brilliant and merciless. It didn't aim to seize every inch of ground. Instead, it made sure Russia could not hold any position without paying an excruciating price. Every new Russian outpost meant setting up additional radar, extra short-range missile batteries, and electronic jammers. Without these costly defenses, night maneuvers ended the same way: spotted, ambushed, destroyed. This battlefield transformed into a sensor corridor, a meticulous network of detection that made smuggling troops and equipment almost impossible. One turning point was the so-called Abachev strike, where Ukrainian forces exploited a fleeting lapse in Russian convoy coordination. In mere seconds, they attacked a vulnerable moment created by stretched protective ranges and electronic interference gaps. This event showcased Ukraine's ability to seize decisive moments born from enemy mistakes. The campaign against Russian command targets unfolded with frightening precision. Attacks struck hard at headquarters in Crimea, FPV drone raids targeted forward command centers in Donbass, and mobile command vehicles in northern sectors faced tactical assassinations. A chilling pattern emerged. These deadly hits rarely occurred at the front line but during troop movements. Each mission was flawless because target selection was reinforced through layers, drone live feeds, commercial synthetic aperture radar data, and cross-referenced intelligence. Only when all sensors confirmed the target was the strike launched. But the deeper shift was Russia's forced instability. High-ranking officers constantly shifted locations to avoid becoming easy targets. This constant movement, meant to protect leadership, ironically exposed them to more danger. Convoy routes became vulnerable. Communication breakdowns multiplied. Discipline faltered. The very efforts to secure command elements opened fresh chinks in Russia's armor. The battlefield had become more than physical space, it was a web of sensors, signals, and split-second decisions where survival depended not just on firepower but on flawless coordination. What happens when a mighty force begins unraveling not on the battlefield but inside its own command structure? Can the soldiers still fight if their leaders vanish into shadows, endlessly on the run? And when every step forward risks another deadly strike, how long before the fact of retreat becomes undeniable, no matter what the official narrative says? The answers are unfolding beyond sight, whispered in intercepted transmissions and confirmed by the silence of lost radio channels. The war's pulse is changing, and those who underestimate this shift may soon find themselves swallowed by it. Amidst the chaos of conflict, a powerful truth reveals itself. A significant number of high-ranking losses occurred during movement rather than traditional frontline confrontations. Russia's ever-shifting positions, a strategy aimed at safeguarding its elite, unearthed grave vulnerabilities in both transportation and communication protocols. These vulnerabilities are not merely exploited through stealthy infiltrations but through precision targeting, backed by data analytics and cost-effective ammunition. As the odds of an attack increase, so too does the fear among junior officers. Instead of facing challenges directly, crucial orders are transmitted through encrypted networks. The constant relocation of field headquarters and an uptick in nighttime operations have introduced a slowness into the military machine, giving rise to costly mistakes, miscommunications, accidental friend-on-friend fire, and sluggish resupply efforts play an ever louder role in the battlefield reality. The impact of losing established leaders cannot be overstated. It dismantles critical knowledge networks, severing ties to local insights and informal support systems. The shift from structured command to an erratic clash of quick decisions favors Ukraine's technological advantages. The notable case of Abashev highlights the gravity of this situation. If the tide were to turn and Russia reclaim Kursk, would that truly alter the landscape? Meanwhile, escalating drone assaults target vital operations across the nation. Even Russia's air defenses struggle to shield key infrastructure consistently. The persistent strikes on the Druba pipeline in Bryansk, crippling the flow to Hungary and Slovakia for days, lay bare the glaring issue of defense saturation. A cascade of assaults across refineries, from Volgograd to Ryazan, has resulted in interruptions that see fuel prices soar to unprecedented levels. This disturbing reality reflects a grim truth: even if Kursk were to fall back under Russian control, it wouldn't guarantee the immunity needed to halt the relentless onslaught of drone attacks, cruise missiles, and tactical aircraft. As winter approaches, will Russia's defending presence disintegrate, or can it hold firm amidst the chaos, proving that the front lines of battle extend far beyond mere geography? The clock is ticking, and each moment is steeped in uncertainty, leaving the ultimate outcome hanging by a thread. In the previous part, we saw how Russian air defenses strained to cover multiple attacks at once. Despite retaking Kursk, Ukraine's offensive drones and missiles keep breaking through, making true control impossible. Now, let's dive deeper into the chaos unfolding behind these lines. Imagine this: Russia secures its vital hubs far from the front, shielding its heartland. But along the border, the picture flips. Mobile targets, convoys, forward commanders, everything remains dangerously vulnerable. In the northern sector, this weakness becomes painfully clear. Kursk and its surroundings rely heavily on sensors and ammo drops. But they face a relentless, punishing cycle where Ukraine's cheap, swarming drones strike expensive, immobile assets. It's a brutal game of attrition stacked against Russia. Can you hear the whir of those drones slicing the night? The staccato rattle of artillery? These aren't just background noises, they sound the death knell for any Russian hold on the line. Russia might claw back some ground, a fleeting victory whispered along frozen fronts. But overnight, it cannot seal the airspace. Gaping holes linger, fatal openings that expose high-ranking officers' convoys to strikes. When a general's convoy is hit, like what happened near Abashev, it's not just a tactical loss. It is a clear sign of how fragile Russian defenses really are. Consider this brutal truth: every layer of commanders lost is a blow that numbers alone can't show. The leadership, experience, morale all erode with every casualty. Independent analysts and Western experts warn that the scale of Russian soldiers killed or wounded approaches 1 million since late 2022. Listen to the magnitude of this sacrifice: nearly 972,000 Russian soldiers dead, injured, or captured in exchange for a laughably tiny addition of just over 2,000 square miles. Put that into perspective. Every square mile reclaimed has come at the cost of 431 soldiers, a staggering toll 18 times higher than what common sense would dictate for such gains. It's like grinding down an entire army to gain territory smaller than the state of Delaware. To put it further into context, since November 2022, Moscow has wrestled control over an area only about one-third the size of New Jersey, yet with a devastating human cost approaching 1 million lives. Among these staggering losses are more than 5,000 officers. These aren't just numbers on a page, they are broken chains of command and shattered experience. How can an army fight effectively when its leaders vanish faster than reinforcements arrive? What happens when the generals are gone, the experienced soldiers depleted, and the front line undone? Does this mean the entire system is crumbling? Or can Russia somehow regroup, patch its wounds, and fight another day? The silence after each strike grows louder, the tension thickens. Russia's next move could change everything. But wait, what horrifying choices will the command make as desperation mounts? Will the soldiers follow orders blindly, or will the cracks within the ranks finally tear everything apart? The answer hangs on a razor's edge. And the coming days may decide the fate of an entire front line. Since the last update, we saw how Russia's meager territorial gains come at an unimaginable cost: nearly 1 million soldiers lost, including thousands of officers. Now, the picture darkens further with a staggering purge among the generals and colonels. 11 generals and over 500 colonels or lieutenant colonels have been dismissed. But why are these dismissals hitting such specific roles: brigade commanders, artillery chiefs, intelligence officers, and logistics experts? Because these are the very architects of battlefield strategy, the ones who set the tempo of advances and the rhythm of counterattacks. Every loss here chips away at Russia's ability to fight effectively. Imagine Ukraine's vast expanse, 233,000 square miles, and realize that Russia controls barely 20% of it. To conquer the whole country, they would still need to seize nearly 189,000 square miles, an impossible task given what's happening on the ground. Equipment losses reveal a grim reality: more than 23,000 armored combat vehicles, over 11,000 tanks, and 31,600 artillery pieces lost since the invasion began. Independent analysts confirm these numbers with eye-opening photographic evidence. Some estimates say Russia has lost close to 4,000 tanks alone. In 2024, the destruction hasn't slowed. Reports show around 1,400 main battle tanks and nearly 3,800 infantry fighting vehicles wiped out. The losses are not just about quantity, the quality is plummeting too. Advanced platforms like the modernized T-90M tanks and BMP-3 infantry fighting vehicles are going down, eroding not just the numbers but the very backbone of their mechanized forces. What does this mean for the so-called strategic necessity Moscow keeps talking about? Is this a sign of a crumbling military machine, or just a brutal recalibration? The battlefield is not just about territory, it's about who can endure the relentless pressure. And right now, Russia's capacity to hold ground is slipping through its fingers like sand. But here's the twist: despite all this chaos and loss, official statements from Moscow still insist there is no withdrawal. So, are these losses hidden casualties of a silent retreat? Or a desperate attempt to mask collapse with rhetoric? The truth lies buried in the rubble of broken tanks and shattered command lines, waiting to be uncovered. What happens when the commanders are gone, the tanks are no more, and the front lines dissolve into chaos. Will the soldiers break first, or will the entire system unravel from within? The answer might determine the fate of a conflict far bigger than any single battle. Previously, we saw how devastating the losses have been, not just in numbers but in the quality of Russia's armored forces. Modernized tanks like the T-90M and infantry fighting vehicles such as the BMP-3 and Metas are disappearing from the battlefield. This decline isn't simply a matter of quantity, it's a collapse in the very backbone of Russia's mechanized strength. Now, imagine what happens when fresh units are forced to rely on aging, fragile equipment. Their armor is thinner. Their defense is weaker. Air defense systems, once a robust shield, are stretched too thin. This leaves gaps, dead zones where drones and cruise missiles strike with impunity. The battlefield becomes a dangerous place, not only because of the enemy but because the lifeblood of command is draining away. Personnel shortages have reached a critical point. The quality of decision-making falters. New recruits receive less training. Junior officers, sometimes barely out of their first weeks on the job, are thrust into making life-or-death calls. The chain of command fractures. Seniority loses meaning. Institutional memory fades, and old mistakes resurface under new names. Tactical flexibility, once a hallmark of any fighting force, withers under constant pressure. This erosion is no abstract concept. It's visible in every retreat, every faltering attack, every delayed order. One fallen commander is not an isolated tragedy, it's a ripple in a wave of collapse. On the Kursk front, this breakdown is painfully clear. Positions shift erratically. Resupply convoys crawl under the cover of darkness. Counterattacks, once bold and coordinated, become desperate and poorly executed. The pressure doesn't only wear down frontline units. Even rear defenses and supply hubs crumble under the strain. Ukraine's strategy has been relentless, holding key positions while grinding down the enemy's resources. Logistics centers, railway junctions, and temporary command posts have been forced to move repeatedly, each relocation exposing vulnerabilities. Every move becomes a chance for Ukrainian reconnaissance to strike. In this high-stakes game, visibility equals vulnerability. What can be seen can be targeted day or night. Heavy equipment moves cautiously, under the cloak of darkness, slowing the rhythm of Russian operations. The constant threat of attack forces convoys into a dangerous nocturnal dance, stretching supply lines thinner than ever. What does this mean for the future of Russia's campaign? Can a force rebuild its strength while under such unyielding pressure? Or is the unraveling already irreversible? The answers lie hidden in the smoke and silence of the front lines, where every decision could be the last. Amid rising tensions and relentless conflict, the nighttime atmosphere transforms into a dangerous rhythm for both sides. As Ukraine adapts to the dark, their strategies hinge on an ever-watchful reconnaissance network that keeps enemies in the crosshairs. But what happens when the enemy is always in sight? The answer looms large in the shadows, as visibility can lead to sudden strikes, exploiting the vulnerabilities of the unseen. With the night capitalizing on every chance for observation, the Russian military faces new challenges. Convoys become bold yet vulnerable, embarking with reduced protection. The capture of the Abachev convoy exemplifies this peril, as Ukraine's disciplined approach to reconnaissance allows them to swiftly identify and act on fleeting opportunities. Each target is scrutinized within the complex web of their intelligence, with a strict avoidance of routine that could lead to predictability and vulnerability. However, as the Russians scramble to solidify their defenses in Kursk, obstacles abound. In theory, re-establishing a robust defense layer is achievable. But in practice, three crucial issues hinder their efforts. First, personnel quality is erratic, stemming from rushed training cycles and reserve forces. This inconsistency breeds hesitation, making them easy prey. Second, air defense munitions are dwindling at an alarming pace, stretching the few available defenses thin. Finally, supply routes become battlegrounds themselves, constantly targeted by Ukrainian forces using drones and heavy artillery, leading to a cycle of destruction that outpaces repair efforts. Can Russia reclaim the initiative in this chaotic landscape? With growing problems mounting to a critical point, the answer could shift dramatically in the blink of an eye. As weather patterns shift and the stakes climb higher, the future of this confrontation hangs in the balance, sending ripples of anxiety through the ranks. Will they establish a lasting defense, or will the relentless pressure lead to their own downfall? The clock ticks ominously, the battlefield waits for no one. Before we dive in, here's a quick recap. Supply routes on the battlefield are under relentless pressure, not only from rockets and artillery but also from drones and sabotage. Every time a bridge is repaired, another is destroyed just as quickly. Defense systems meant to shield vital points are thinning out. This grim dance keeps repeating, as the difference between ranks blurs under lightning-fast reconnaissance and strike actions. Now, let's explore why even retaking ground won't solve Russia's growing nightmare in the skies. Imagine a battlefield where even if the enemy reclaims territory near Kursk, the cracks in their air defenses will only widen. The truth is harsh, Russia simply cannot seal every gap overhead fast enough. High-value targets, generals, command centers, can never truly feel safe when the sky is so full of holes. To keep convoys hidden, a perfect trio of electronic jamming, smokescreens, and tight air defenses must work in harmony. But that luxury doesn't exist everywhere at once. Ukraine knows this and exploits it ruthlessly. Why spend expensive resources on one hit when a volley of cheap ammunition can cripple vital enemy supplies? The equation is simple: no patchwork air defense, no safe zone for commanders in Kursk. Russia faces a brutal dilemma: restrict troop movements to preserve command and control, or move more often and become an easy target for relentless drone and MWAL raids. Every decision is a trap. If they slow down, communication lines falter, coordination breaks, and security collapses. Move too much, and deadly attacks soar. Ukraine's strategy? Make this tactical nightmare a relentless routine, a constant grind that exhausts patience and resources. With each strike, repaired bridges and roads are torn down again, forcing commanders to hesitate. Every hesitation is a deadly window Ukraine exploits. The scars of past hits, like the devastating Abach attack, amplify these pauses, multiplying delays that pile up like rubble on the battlefield. This shifting tempo, all of it, tilts the scales sharply toward Ukraine. The bigger picture, beyond every dramatic battlefield clip, is this: command can't stay secure without dominance in the air. But air control doesn't mean perfect protection. Instead, it's the ability to manage threats when troops move. Russia has failed to provide this consistently, day and night, especially in the northern front. That failure has exposed even the highest-ranking commanders, turning their redeployments from calculated maneuvers into perilous gambles under fire. So, what happens when those in command feel the sky slipping from their grasp? Will the front collapse from within, or can desperate tactics buy them enough time? The next moves could change everything on this brutal chessboard. Imagine a battlefield where seconds decide life or death. When Ukraine's strike forces slashed the time from detection to attack to mere moments, rank and experience lost their edge. The ground tells the story: high casualties, constant troop rotations, shattered decision-making, and growing mistakes. The soil in Kursk may shift in color, but the danger overhead stays relentless. The Abachev strike was a glaring proof: the skies favor Ukraine. Even if Russia retakes Kursk, it still cannot build an unbroken air defense shield dense enough to stop drones, cruise missiles, or fast jet attacks. This vulnerability means strikes like Abachev won't be rare incidents, they will become routine. Until Russia changes this, Ukraine will keep targeting high-ranking officers with deadly precision. This grim reality shapes what we'll hear from the northern front in the months ahead. But the cost of this war is not just on the battlefield. Putin's strategy is unraveling the core of Russian society itself. The 2021 census revealed a staggering gender imbalance: over 10 million more women than men. Losing more than 1 million military-age men to death, injury, or capture deepens this crisis, threatening Russia's workforce and economic future. The financial toll is just as stark. Russia's 2025 budget dedicates roughly 15.5 trillion rubles, about $160 billion, to defense. That's 7.2% of the entire economy, draining resources from education, healthcare, infrastructure, and growth. The country is trapped in a war economy, sacrificing tomorrow for the battles of today. What happens when a nation's future is sacrificed on the altar of war? How long can a society endure such losses before it begins to break from within? The answers lie buried beneath the soil and etched in the skies above Kursk, where every second counts, and every life is at stake. In the previous chapter, we explored the unraveling of Russian forces on the battlefield, the relentless pressure on soldiers breaking their spirit and pushing entire units into collapse. The mounting losses, failed assaults, desertion, and despair are no longer isolated incidents but a widespread decay eating away at the very core of the army. Now, let's turn our gaze toward the dark shadow that this war has cast over Russia itself. Imagine a country pouring nearly $160 billion, or about 7.2% of its entire economic output, into military spending. Think of the endless rows of zeros on the budget pages. Yet, this immense sum is not investing in schools, hospitals, or bridges. Instead, it feeds a monstrous war machine, swallowing the nation's future to sustain brutal short-term demands. The Kremlin's plan for 2025 dedicates about $172 billion to defense and security, numbers that sound impressive but conceal a terrifying truth. According to international observers, Russia's military budget grows almost 40% every year, a pace that is catastrophic for an economy already gasping under severe sanctions, isolation from advanced technology, and a shrinking labor pool. Can a country really thrive by funneling so much wealth into a never-ending conflict? The cold reality suggests otherwise. Behind the flashy numbers and propaganda lies a grim equation: 1 million soldiers lost for less than 1% of disputed land. This is not strategy, it is devastation disguised as conquest. Like a patient bleeding out, the nation's very foundations, its people, economy, and technological progress are sacrificed at the altar of a failing imperial dream. Putin's reign may come to be remembered not for victories, but for the irreversible damage inflicted upon the Russian state itself. Pause for a moment. Imagine standing in a battered trench. The air thick with gunpowder and the cries of exhausted men. You know the orders mean death, yet the instinct to survive overwhelms duty. You burn your own gear, destroy your vehicle, and abandon your comrades, choosing personal escape over meaningless sacrifice. This act of defiance is no myth, it happens daily, a stark symbol of a fractured military heart. What kind of leadership forces its people to such despair? How long before this house of cards tumbles completely? The military path Russia has chosen leads not to glory but to national ruin. Is this collapse irreversible? Or does a flicker of hope remain amid the ruins? The answers are hidden deep within the smoke-filled fields and broken promises of battle. The question lingers: how much longer can a nation bleed without breaking entirely? The horrors once whispered now echo openly, shaking the very walls of power from Moscow to the front lines. Earlier, we saw soldiers so desperate they destroyed their own gear, abandoned weapons, burned vehicles, all to avoid the front lines. This grim reality cracks open the facade of discipline within the Russian forces. Now, imagine a military machine held together not by loyalty, but by fear and force. Reports reveal a shocking pattern: Russian troops setting fire to their own trucks and armored vehicles, refusing orders that almost certainly mean death. On August 22, 2025, near a frontline movement zone, members of the 24th Motorized Rifle Regiment torched their machines rather than advance. Desertion and defiance are sweeping through the ranks. Multiple independent sources confirmed this harrowing behavior the very same day. What we're witnessing is far from isolated. It's a symptom of a military collapsing under its own weight, where fear now governs actions more than command or discipline. This pattern of destruction and surrender isn't new, it's been growing for years. Back on February 13, 2025, Ukraine's 25th Air Assault Brigade cornered 9 Russian soldiers holed up in a building near Pokrovsk. After relentless pressure from drone speakers blaring commands and controlled blasts shaking the air, those soldiers emerged waving white flags. Drone cameras recorded every moment, widely circulated by official Ukrainian channels shortly after. Picture this: a sky filled with 24/7 surveillance drones, watching every movement, every twitch. For Russian troops, hiding becomes nearly impossible. The unbearable pressure drives many to the only sensible choice: laying down arms, sparing their lives over blind obedience. Then, just months later on July 9, 2025, Ukraine's 3rd Assault Brigade cleared out Russian positions using no infantry at all, only ground robots and first-person view drones prowling ahead. What does this mean for the wider conflict? Are these incidents sparks of rebellion, or the first signs of a complete unraveling? If soldiers would rather burn their own transport than fight, what does that say about their will to continue? The artillery fire doesn't just scar the land, it scars the minds of those ordered to march into it. And the question haunts us: is this breaking point just a temporary crack, or is this collapse unstoppable? The story unfolding here is changing the rules of warfare itself. What happens when an army's spirit shatters before the weapons do? The battle is changing in ways no one expected. Just days ago, Ukraine's 3rd Assault Brigade wiped out Russian positions without a single foot soldier in the field. Instead, they sent in ground robots and first-person view drones, silently circling above, whispering death to those below. The front line no longer belongs to men alone, it belongs to machines, sensors, and cold commands delivered through speakers. Now, captured soldiers are surrendering under the watchful eyes of unmanned aerial vehicles. This is unlike anything seen before in conventional warfare. No need for risky infantry advances. A network of sensors and loudspeakers broadcasts orders to lay down arms. Those who try to run are tracked relentlessly. If they resist or fire back, their every move is recorded on video, evidence of a crumbling will. Videos shared by Ukrainian sources and regional outlets reveal the harsh reality behind these moments. Russian soldiers stand trapped, caught between their commander's relentless push forward and the drone's chilling message, "Surrender if you want to live." This isn't just fear or cowardice, it's a radical shift in the soldier's mindset. The old balance of punishment and reward has been shattered. Back on September 24, 2022, Russia tightened its grip, slapping long prison sentences on anyone caught deserting, surrendering voluntarily, or disobeying orders during wartime. 15 years behind bars became the norm. In April 2025, the first brutal sentence was handed down. A soldier received 15 years for simply surrendering. The Kremlin hoped this fear would tighten discipline. But the opposite happened. Instead of deterring, the threat of harsh punishment only exposed a deeper rot. Russian military courts have been overwhelmed by cases of desertion and insubordination. By May 31, 2025, over 20,000 cases had been filed, with nearly 18,000 convictions. This is not just a few bad apples. It signals a full-blown crisis tearing through the ranks. And on the ground, the chaos is far worse. Frontline videos show more than hesitation, they show desperation. Soldiers are not just fleeing, they're making choices driven by survival instincts. Sometimes those choices seem irrational, but they follow a grim logic born from shattered morale and a collapsing command structure. What happens when fear no longer controls? When punishment only fuels rebellion? And when machines replace men on the battlefield, watching every step? The answer may reshape this conflict forever. But just as the grip of control loosens, a new question hangs heavy in the air. What will Moscow do next when its soldiers no longer obey, and the front line dissolves into chaos? The answer could change everything. Amidst the backdrop of conflict, a storm brews on the battlefield, revealing a haunting reality for soldiers entrenched in a grim struggle for survival. Picture this, soldiers weighing an instant crime against a grim fate. A video emerges from the front lines at Kherson, showing a soldier deliberately torching his own vehicle, caught in a web of military protocol and the brutal instincts of self-preservation. As drones hover ominously, emitting low, eerie whistles, the urgency of the moment becomes palpable. For a soldier, maintaining an operational vehicle transforms into a gamble, jeopardizing survival. This isn't an act of sabotage, instead, it's a manifestation of the mind grappling with the chaotic essence of war. Rationalizing surrender has permeated the ranks, especially since the "I Want to Live" hotline was initiated by Ukrainian authorities late in 2022. By January 2024, the hotline had received over 26,000 calls, summoning soldiers eager to escape the harrowing conditions of combat. This stark figure reveals a significant wave of defection, suggesting that many who surrender share a common experience, amplifying the urgency for change. But there's more than just survival at stake. Economic incentives play a pivotal role in this liberation narrative. During the Sinitsia operation on August 9, 2023, a Russian Mi-8 pilot chose to defect, assured of his family's safety. The Ukrainian government offered staggering rewards of up to $500,000 for significant equipment, inviting additional soldiers to consider defection as a compelling option. Public reward lists circulated for assets like armored vehicles and aircraft, transforming surrender into a financially motivated escape from despair. Yet, the turmoil on the front lines isn't merely about relinquishing command, it's a reflection of deteriorating morale. As desperation mounts, disobedience unfolds in chilling forms. On January 23, 2025, reports surfaced of a soldier shooting his own commander amidst the chaos in Zaporizhia. What drives a soldier to such an extreme? A combination of relentless pressure, chaotic command structures, and a deep-seated desire for self-preservation paints a haunting picture of life at the front. As the conflict drags on, the soldiers' struggle evolves into a complex tapestry of fear, betrayal, and a yearning for hope. With every desperate act, the narrative spirals deeper, revealing how the mind scores the ultimate battle against overwhelming odds. Will they find a way out, or will the shadows of despair consume them entirely? Previously, we saw how defiance on the battlefield went beyond simple refusal to fight. Tensions escalated until, on January 23, 2025, shocking news surfaced: a Russian soldier in the Zaporizhia sector reportedly shot his own company commander. What drove someone to turn their weapon inward? The answer lies deep within a crumbling system. The root causes are brutal orders paired with relentless mistreatment. Soldiers describe being locked in basements, beaten, and stripped of basic rights, like having their identification cards stolen. These stories come from multiple sources, including independent Russian news outlets exposing the collapse of command discipline. One report from early September 2024 detailed how a heavily intoxicated regiment forced a mix of conscripts and contract soldiers into what resembled a death march and assault doomed from the start. This isn't just about harsh orders, it's about a culture breaking down under its own weight. As the leadership grows more desperate, punishments intensify. Some units pay for resisting with imprisonment in dark, windowless cells. Open-source intelligence paints a chilling picture. Since late 2023, the Russian military has plugged holes in its lines with penal battalions, units known as Storm Z and later Storm V. These groups, made up of convicts and hardened soldiers, are sent on near-suicidal attacks. British defense sources and eyewitness accounts confirm staggering losses, sometimes 40 to 70% wiped out. Command's grim choice has boiled down to die or be killed. Such tactics may bring fleeting success but at a devastating price. Military loyalty, morale, and cohesion are shredded. The structure feeds on itself, self-destructing from within. Another scandal that rocked the ranks in August 2025 revealed officers in an elite airborne division scheming to fake injuries just to claim compensation. The myth of heroism warps into fraud, and discipline becomes a hollow word, existing only on paper. So why are some soldiers resorting to burning their own equipment? It's a desperate survival instinct. When you are trapped between impossible orders, brutal leadership, and the near certainty of death, destroying your gear can be a way to reject a hopeless mission. It's a silent scream of defiance in a war where hope is fading fast. What happens next? Will this unraveling system find a way to hold itself together, or is it doomed to collapse entirely? The answer lies in the next chapter of this unraveling story. In the midst of chaos, when hope fades and despair sets in, a startling transformation unfolds on the battlefield. What would drive soldiers to burn their own equipment? This shocking act is not merely an expression of rebellion, it's a desperate bid for survival. As the pressure mounts and punishment looms, a chilling realization takes hold: many positions have become nothing more than death traps. Recent events have exposed the truth behind this grim reality. Take, for instance, the haunting case of Pokrovsk in February 2025 and the 3rd Assault Brigade in July 2025. Here, soldiers faced an impossible choice. A drone's relentless eye could spell their doom, making the risk of disobedience seem worth it. The logic is clear: when the threat of punishment becomes overwhelming, the instinct to survive takes precedence. Distrust in leadership has eroded the foundation of morale. Soldiers now believe that those issuing orders are either oblivious to the dire situation or indifferent to their plight. The specter of casualties has become a grim daily ritual, with the shadow of loss looming ever larger. The report from June 30, 2025, paints a bleak picture. Russia's summer offensive faltered, revealing fatal flaws in command structure, a reliance on false narratives, and a failure to manage the wounded effectively. Logistical shortcomings have corroded the very fabric of the front lines. Despite vast sums spent to remedy these issues, culturally entrenched problems persist, stifling progress. An army held together by fear may unleash devastating firepower, but as replacements dwindle, the specter of collapse grows ever closer. The phenomenon of drone-directed surrender, first detailed by the New York Times in December 2022, has evolved into a standard tactic. This technological shift marks a significant change in warfare, where surrender is facilitated by the very tools meant for destruction. As the landscape of conflict shifts, the question remains: can an army survive when its soldiers are left to question their very survival? The haunting echoes of desperation resonate across the battlefield, painting a stark portrait of a fractured military reality. The landscape of warfare has shifted dramatically, revealing vulnerabilities that speak to the heart of military morale. As financial incentives fill the gaps left by soldiers unwilling to fight, the facade of unity crumbles. The lavish salaries, bonuses, and compensations intended to bind the troops together have instead sown distrust. The issue here? Loyalty is not bought, it is earned. This erosion of faith isn't merely an abstract concern. The narrative spun by command has come untethered from reality. Hushed whispers of false heroism, orchestrated interviews, and glorified medals are now tainted by perfidious claims. Trust in the leadership has degraded at an alarming pace, highlighting a disillusionment that ripples through the ranks. Moreover, the battlefield's grim realities create shadows over logistical chains. Each destroyed vehicle, reminiscent of the carnage in Kherson, leaves invisible losses that compound the strain on resources. Soldiers watch their comrades' equipment go up in flames, burdening the entire operation with gaps in production and supply. Compounding these issues, the Kremlin's desperate gambit, a series of severe penalties intended to deter surrender, has fallen flat. Ironically, while the first long prison term for voluntary surrender was handed out in 2025, video surfaced of soldiers capitulating to drones, revealing a stark contradiction. This irony unveils a deeper truth: the delta between punishment and morale is growing untenable. Rather than merely selling equipment, soldiers desperate for survival are now surrendering their arms in exchange for rewards. The most notorious case is that of an Mi-8 pilot, who turned himself in for a bounty. The allure of capital, publicly available rewards for heavy machinery, underlines a chillingly pragmatic choice: surrendering has become a calculated escape from a grim fate. These dynamics illustrate a tectonic shift in operational outcomes. As the Kremlin struggles to maintain control through fear, the cracks widen. Although Russia has sought to adapt with tactical innovations in drones, the human resource gaps and faltering command culture stymie any avenues for meaningful strategic success. The battlefield has become a chessboard, where even pawns seek to escape rather than sacrifice themselves. The question emerges: can a regime built on fear truly sustain an army? The previous section delved into how vulnerabilities within the Russian military structure result in decisive operational failures. Despite Russia's attempts at maneuvering through industrial restructuring and drone technology, shortcomings in personnel and leadership prevent these tactical changes from becoming strategic victories. Each minor setback, from vehicles ablaze to mass surrenders, paints a broader, troubling picture. It's baffling, but why do Russian soldiers sometimes disobey orders to safeguard their lives? Three distinct factors converge to answer this question. First is the chilling, palpable recognition of their mortality. On a battlefield monitored by drones day and night, where artillery can respond in mere seconds, the act of attacking is often a death sentence. Second, there's a pervasive atmosphere of corruption and incompetence among commanders. Reports are rife of reckless orders, alcohol-fueled decisions, and the appalling practice of sending wounded soldiers back into danger. Lastly, there's the rising visibility of viable escape routes. The existence of surrender lines, like "I want to live," coupled with promises of financial rewards for surviving, accelerates the unraveling of military cohesion. The implication for political authority in the Kremlin is stark. While the government may proclaim that it maintains discipline through fear, the grim realities emerging from the front lines tell a contrasting story. Fear breeds panic, panic breeds irrational yet instinctive attempts at survival. Scenes on the battlefield reveal soldiers lighting fires in vehicles as they flee or walking directly towards drones with hands raised in surrender. These actions capture not only individual states of mind but reflect the psyche of the entire army. On one side, there are severe penalties and punitive actions. On the other, the haunting phrase resonates through the air: "Drop your weapon and walk to the safe zone." Which path evokes a stronger motivation? The battlefield response in the summer of 2025 suggests a clear trend. What will the coming months bring? Will logistical pressures and superior artillery allow the Russian forces to reclaim some ground? Will Ukraine's mobilization challenges and ammunition shortages spike tensions in various sectors? Only time will reveal the outcomes of these intense developments. The battlefield landscape of summer 2025 speaks volumes. As the conflict rages on, a pivotal question looms: what developments await in the coming months? With logistical strength and artillery dominance, a strategic advantage may once again tilt in favor of the Russian forces. However, challenges persist, as Ukraine faces its own mobilization hurdles and ammunition shortages that could intensify pressure in various sectors. Yet, amid all this, the human factor emerges as the most vital element shaping the outcome for both sides. While Ukraine fortifies its surrender channels and deploys drone-assisted psychological tactics, Russian soldiers grapple with a chilling reality: their will to fight is unraveling. It's a stark notion that the essence of warfare lies not merely in weaponry but in the tenacity of those wielding them. Tanks can be replaced, but once the spirit of obedience to command falters, there is no replenishing that mindset. The unfolding situation reveals just that. The resolve of the Russian army is fracturing, not due to external attacks but as a result of internal despair, fear, and a haunting loss of purpose. The recent attempts by Russian forces to seize control north of Pokrovsk were met with crushing resistance, as the Azov fighters unleashed ambushes and strategic maneuvers. Instead of the anticipated breakthrough, the Russian advancements quickly stalled, leading to chaos among their ranks. Those captured or too terrified to return added to the psychological toll, flipping the Kremlin's aspirations on their head within a mere 2 days. The tide now shows a significant shift in numbers and morale benefiting Ukraine. Analysts pore over maps, realizing that the collapse of this front line could sever supply routes critical to Donetsk. A lot can shift in a tightly packed timeline, as the rhythm of combat evolves rapidly. Those who discerned the tempo maintained their edge, while those who clung to rigidity became victims of their own hubris. Between August 12 and 15, a crucial window emerged on the Pokrovsk front, where strategic maneuvering became essential. Quick offensive actions met with swift counteractions created a cycle that continuously reshaped the battle lines. Examining these moments, the importance of time becomes evident. In this conflict, even hours have the power to redefine narratives. On the night of August 12 into the dawn of August 13, Russian forces attempted to infiltrate using small specialized teams, harnessing the natural concealment of forests and field ridges to their advantage. This was not merely a heavy assault powered by tanks and armor, it showcased the evolving tactics of warfare dominated by stealth and agility. How would this evolving dynamic reshape the landscape of the conflict, and what repercussions would follow? As the days unfolded, the relentless pursuit of tactical advantages would determine the fates of many involved. Would the Russian command adapt to the shifting tides, or would their efforts cement defeat? The battlefield narrative was far from complete, and the echoes of war continued to reverberate, hinting at the challenges that lay ahead. The question remains: who will maintain their thin grasp on hope, and who will crumble under the weight of uncertainty? History is shaped by fleeting moments. In the ongoing conflict, even hours can alter the course of events dramatically. Between the night of August 12 and the dawn of August 13, Russian forces stealthily penetrated Ukrainian lines. Utilizing the forested strips and rolling hills north of Doropilia, they executed their mission with a calculated approach rather than a full-frontal armored assault. This tactic aimed to create strategic pressure on the Ukrainian defense. The Russian commanders carefully selected this point as a showcase for their prowess, understanding that capturing a few villages, while perhaps minor on a map, could generate significant propaganda buzz and logistical advantages in the wider context of the war. The Ukrainian command quickly caught wind of this scheme, rapidly reallocating reserve units to bolster their defenses. Additional firepower and drones were deployed to reinforce the flanks, ensuring that any gaps were swiftly closed. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made an urgent announcement to the public, confirming an advance of 9 to 10 kilometers. He stated emphatically that reinforcements, along with extra ammunition and vehicles, had been dispatched to bolster the front line. While there hadn't been a decisive breakthrough, the tensions simmering along the front were palpable. In the midst of this heated environment, the Azov Brigade, part of the Ukrainian National Guard, sprang into action. According to the Ukrainian General Staff, over a span of just 2 days, they neutralized 151 Russian soldiers in their operational area, with the report indicating that more than 70 were wounded or missing, and 8 had been taken prisoner. Though these numbers carry the inherent uncertainty of war, the trend was unmistakable. The Russian infiltration groups faced significant resistance and were driven back. Many who managed to escape found themselves cornered, trapped in narrow sections known as mini-pockets. This ongoing counteroffensive underscores that the situation is not merely a single night's battle but part of an enduring series of tactical pressures. Two vital questions arise: why is Pokrovsk so strategically vital, and what unconventional tactics did Azov employ on this battlefield? To begin, understanding Pokrovsk's geography is key. It serves as a crucial intersection for supply routes stretching north, south, east, and west. If this hub remains functional, the entire logistics and support system behind the front line stays robust. Conversely, if it is choked off, rear units could quickly become overwhelmed. The true stakes of this battle are layered, with each small victory or setback reverberating through the broader conflict. The conflict's rhythm is relentless, with each side vying not just for territory, but for the very lifeline that sustains their military efforts. How will the outcome in Pokrovsk shape the future of both armies facing off in this brutal theater of war? In a critical juncture of the unfolding war, the geographical stakes in Pokrovsk have become paramount. For Russian commanders, this city symbolizes not only a strategic foothold but also a potential propaganda victory. If they manage to seize control of this vital intersection of supply routes, they can project an illusion of strength, perhaps even power. However, if Pokrovsk falls into enemy hands, the subsequent chaos would ripple across the logistics supporting the front lines. Recognizing this strategic importance, Ukrainian command has swiftly deployed reserves to apply pressure both on the front line and behind it. Their strategy is a sophisticated double-pronged attack. The forces deployed are not merely foot soldiers, they are a well-oiled machine relying on advanced surveillance drones and electronic warfare to disrupt enemy communications. This technological superiority allows for the coordination of tactical strikes, creating a layered defense only a few feet thick. As Russian units push forward, they find themselves entangled in a complex cat-and-mouse game with Ukrainian forces, who have set ambushes using anti-tank systems and mixed hybrid weapon profiles. Artillery units are poised to deliver devastating strikes within precisely targeted areas, driving home the message that each inch of ground is hard-fought. Success in this sector is not a simple matter of advancing an army, it's about attrition, exhausting the enemy through calculated operations and maintaining a cruel rhythm of attack. Recent reports from the field highlighted limited advances by Russian troops. But they remain shackled by a relentless pressure from Ukrainian reinforcements. The battlefield is now an intricate puzzle, where every moment is fraught with danger. The question remains, how long can the Russian forces sustain their advance without being overwhelmed? This is a situation in which even a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. What awaits in the thick forests and urban landscapes of Pokrovsk? Each combatant is forced to confront not just the enemy but the very ground they tread upon. Armed confrontation now takes on a visceral dimension, a battle of wills played out against a backdrop of shadowy silhouettes and the nightmarish sounds of warfare. How many more will fall before the dust settles, and what scars will remain on the landscape of this war-torn land? Here, amid the tension and turmoil, truths emerge that are hard to accept. With each passing moment, a cycle of chaos ensues, a relentless push and pull of forces wrapped in the shroud of uncertainty. The next chapter awaits on the battlefield, a domain where fear and hope twine together, forging destinies in flames. A troubling question lingers: how swiftly can forces clear the encroaching groups that have infiltrated behind the lines? Current notes from Ukrainian sources reveal ongoing clearing operations in forests and urban settlements, expected to unfold over a 2-day cycle. This timeframe suggests a heightened vigilance during nighttime, with drone operations and tactical maneuvers intensifying. The first day's infiltration became ensnared by the defensive nets laid down the following day. The rhythmic sounds of firefights, alternating between gunfire and quiet moments, reveal a tactical chess game where visibility is critical. What compelled the Russian side to press on under these circumstances? The motivations are twofold: a quest for quick territorial gains and a strategic push to craft a resonant narrative at the negotiating table. The upcoming Alaska meeting creates heightened urgency. Moscow desires to showcase progress before engaging. Conversely, Kiev's position is resolute: they intend to maintain their defense. In the chaotic whirl of the battlefield, the rapid back-and-forth actions recorded in Pokrovsk illustrate the frenetic pace of warfare. Let's delve deeper. How was the trap around Doilia orchestrated? Russian units advanced through forests in conventional chain formations, aiming to create diversions for frontline patrols while stealthily organizing behind enemy lines. Ukraine disrupted this buildup, dissecting connecting routes with targeted fire before deploying small cleanup teams to manage the threat. When multiple attacks occur simultaneously, soldiers' internal discipline falters. Some panic, fleeing aimlessly, others seek refuge, inadvertently revealing their locations. The responsibility then transfers to specialized units tasked with sweeping and clearing operations during the precarious moments between nightfall and dawn. The probing efforts by Ukrainian forces reported by the partisans speak volumes. 8 captured individuals aren't mere statistics. They represent critical intel revealing which paths were taken, which barns served as supply caches, or where defensive lines were laid. This micro-information flow acts as the lifeblood that ensures coordination across various units. As the sounds of the battlefield echo with urgency, the question remains, how long can this delicate balance be maintained in the face of sustained pressure? The answer hangs like heavy fog, obscuring both clarity and resolve. As the days unfold, could this intricate web of operations tilt the scale further, leading to unexpected consequences? The anticipation builds, charging the air with uncertainty. In the previous section, we explored how every tiny piece of information, down to which vent was used or which farmhouse turned into a supply depot, became crucial in coordinating battlefield movements. A simple compass, a tablet, or a brief radio message could accelerate the entire operation. This microflow of data was what kept units connected in the chaos of war. Now, let's shift focus to a statement from Zelensky that caught many by surprise. He described the frontline situation as difficult but under control. On the surface, it sounds like a calm reassurance. But beneath this carefully chosen wording lies a powerful message: no breakthroughs have happened, no panic is spreading, but the situation is indeed grave. The phrase is a diplomatic code, signaling to allies that while the line hasn't collapsed, it's hanging by a thread. What does this mean on the ground? It means a deliberate pause and expensive but necessary breathing space. For 2 days, ammunition expenditure soared beyond usual limits. This wasn't reckless waste, it was a calculated gamble. Closing any gap early costs far less than letting it widen and trigger a catastrophic domino effect. Every shell fired during this pause was an investment in preventing collapse. But the battlefield rhythm is not just about brute force. Behind the scenes, a sophisticated strategy is unfolding, one that targets high-value enemy assets with ruthless precision. Take an artillery battery or an electronic warfare node, the first strike only stuns it. The real kill happens in the aftermath. Drones with first-person view cameras swoop in to finish the job, or if necessary, a follow-up corrective strike lands the final blow. Statistically, 1 in 3 such efforts succeeds, but the goal is to strike twice, ensuring destruction. It's less about teaching shooting tactics and more about mastering the pulse of war itself. Why is rhythm so vital? Because in this conflict, timing is the ultimate weapon. The cadence of attacks, the flow of reinforcements, and the synchronization of strikes dictate who gains ground and who loses it. Meanwhile, across Europe, a quiet but fierce battle for resources is underway. Berlin leads a push to secure funds tied directly to American production lines for crucial defense systems like the Patriot missile batteries. This isn't just about money, it's a tactical move to guarantee that essential equipment arrives on the front before political storms or public controversies can delay them. Locking funds to production slots is like locking in a secret weapon, ensuring the flow of life-saving systems continues uninterrupted. War isn't fought only with bullets or missiles. It's a complex chess game where financing and production speed become as decisive as any frontline assault. The strategy to calm the storm that's expected to hit next month is already in motion today. What happens next? Will this carefully maintained rhythm hold the line, or will unseen forces shatter the fragile balance? The battlefield's heartbeat is quickening, and every moment counts. The outcome of a conflict often goes beyond mere bullets and bombs. It's also about strategy, resources, and how those resources are managed. Currently, the air defense systems in the conflict zone are on high alert, and every decision made today can impact the battlefield tomorrow. This intricate dance of military maneuvering and economic management feeds into the war's unfolding narrative. As we peel back the layers of this situation, we are drawn toward a pivotal moment, the so-called Alaska factor. It's a secretive play in the grand scheme of power, orchestrated behind closed doors. Although President Putin may not reference the dwindling forces he has dismantled over the past 3 years, he certainly wishes to present a facade of strength to world leaders like Trump, proclaiming progress on the battlefield. The mobilization of over 100,000 troops toward the frontline signals an attempt to regain lost momentum. Unfortunately, for the families of fallen soldiers, this is merely a statistic. The grim truth, however, reflects a deep-seated reality of warfare. As generals weigh the cost of human life against military objectives, they seem prepared to sacrifice further, hoping to widen existing gaps in frontline defenses. These maneuvers embody a desperate attempt to maintain pressure and hold territory at all costs. But the ground truth tells a more complex story. Beyond military statistics, a shift has occurred, and the psychological impact is evident. The media narrative has tilted toward Ukraine, framing the conflict as one that resonates deeply within the hearts of its citizens. Battles are not fought solely for land, they unfold on screens for an audience intent on gauging moral superiority and strategic prowess. What unfolds in the days leading up to critical negotiations can redefine the stakes. The question looms, what will Ukraine and Europe do before the anticipated meeting with Trump? Each successful maneuver on the ground translates into leverage at the negotiating table, compelling world leaders to take notice. These days become pivotal moments framed by intense aerial assaults and ground resilience, making each second count. But in this cauldron of conflict, as tensions mount and strategies intertwine, the truth hangs heavy in the air. Can a mere 2 days shift the course of a war, or is it merely a fleeting moment before the inevitable returns? Each action taken ripples throughout, vibrating through every corner of the battlefield. As the dust begins to settle from these fierce skirmishes, a haunting question arises: what price will be paid for every inch gained? The answers remain hidden in the fog of war, echoing through the ranks of soldiers caught in the fray, and as tensions escalate, the question intensifies: what dark strategies lie ahead? Imagine a battlefield where victory hinges not on brute force, but on precision and timing, where every second, every bullet, every strike counts beyond measure. What if a mere 2 days of unchallenged freedom could change the course of an entire military operation? This isn't fiction, it's the brutal reality unfolding now. Previously, we explored how Ukraine's relentless pressure on the front lines and rear supply routes forced critical shifts. Artillery thundered, drones darted like shadows, and every move was a gamble. Now, the story deepens with a glimpse behind the curtain of warfare economics and strategy. The first rule in this conflict is ruthless efficiency, economical fire. Imagine a southern front where an enemy air defense system blinks into life. Within 30 minutes, a precise artillery barrage cripples it. Then, an unmanned drone swoops in, delivering a clean, fatal strike. Moments later, a second drone follows, finishing the job. The timing between these drone strikes reveals a crucial secret: how many resources have to be committed depends entirely on the accuracy of that first hit. What if the initial artillery had been sharper? One drone could have been spared. What if the first drone had completed the mission alone? The follow-up would have been wasteful. Ukraine's war planners aren't just firing blindly, they balance every shot with the cost of conserving precious resources. Accuracy is their currency of survival. But here's the twist: sometimes, war isn't just about precision, it's about tempo. That fleeting 2-day window of free rein, where enemy retaliation pauses, becomes a golden opportunity. It's a time to strike relentlessly, pushing until the pressure reaches far beyond the battlefield. The goal? To force the enemy's hand, to make those in power scramble and miscalculate. It's harsh, unforgiving logic. Meanwhile, across Europe, the financial gears of war are turning. Germany, for instance, has pumped $500 million into the budget for purchasing Patriot missile systems. On the surface, $500 million might seem modest. But the real power lies not in the amount, but where it's placed. This money is a reservation, a guarantee of production slots in American defense factories before political winds shift. Think of it like buying a car. You can wait until next month to purchase the model you want, or you can pay upfront, securing the exact chassis number before it even rolls off the line. The latter is security in a volatile world. Now, envision Europe earmarking $5 billion toward the U.S. defense industry, split between major manufacturers like Raytheon and Lockheed. Even as political debates whisper about slowing arms sales to NATO allies, this upfront investment locks in priorities on the assembly line. So, what does this mean for the battlefield? It means that behind every shell fired and every drone deployed, there's a complex dance of timing, money, and strategy. Every moment of silence, every pause in battle, is a calculated chance to reset, reload, and strike harder. But what happens when this fragile balance breaks? When resources run thin, when morale crumbles, and the enemy's lines begin to falter? The next chapter reveals a frontline unraveling not just in physical loss, but in willpower and trust. The question is, how much longer can this delicate web hold before it shatters completely? Let's take a moment to recall where we left off. Billions of dollars are being funneled into the defense industry, tying up contracts and production lines like cogs in an unstoppable machine. But now, political forces are pressing the brakes. What does that really mean for the front lines in the next 72 hours? Will trapped groups form an impenetrable pocket? Or will they find cracks to escape and drag this battle into an endless grind? Imagine, $5 billion suddenly locked in the treasury, frozen by political hesitation. These aren't just numbers, they are the pulse of factories, assembly lines, and the very engines of military power. When politics slows, the economy screeches to a halt. Defense producers, giants like Raytheon and Lockheed, become the stage's unlikely stars, caught between committees, senators, and congressional hawks. This is more than purchase orders, this is an operational lifeline disguised as procurement. Look at Berlin's addition of $500 million to the so-called Pearl Patriot Access Program. It's not merely a budget line, it's insurance that buys time, that holds strategic cards close as the US marches toward election season. Politics and defense intertwine here, whispering in the same language. Behind the headlines about Trump and Putin lies a deeper truth, betrayed by the careful choreography of optics. Leaders from Europe, from Starmer to Macron, are signaling clearly, no ceasefire, no territory concessions. This message is sharp and unyielding. Yet, Putin watches closely. His eyes track not words, but images. Optical weakness happens when pictures overpower text. This is why Kremlin propaganda wields optics like a weapon, pairing grand illusions with battlefield tactics. Remember the 48 hours in Pokrovsk? Those 2 days weren't just combat, they were a psychological battle, where the Kremlin's show of strength was gradually eroded, leaving their narrative frayed and vulnerable. Now, setting aside propaganda for a moment, consider the Azov unit's rise. This isn't praise, it's a clinical breakdown of war's mechanics. The unit is fully integrated into the National Guard, operating with near-mechanical precision, combined arms working seamlessly, lightning-fast reconnaissance, electronic warfare twisted with relentless small drone attacks. We're no longer talking about legendary brands or figures. Today's warfare is about modularity, speed, and ruthless coordination. Where harmony and velocity meet, outcomes become predictable. One day it's Azov's module dominating. Tomorrow, a different brigade replicates that formula and achieves similar results. In this conflict's current phase, success is no longer measured by heroic individuals but by the relentless machinery of processes. So here we stand, on the edge of what's likely to be a grueling few days. Will political hesitation choke the flow of resources? Will pockets of resistance lock down or shatter? The coming hours could answer these questions with a brutal clarity. Can the old patterns hold, or is the battlefield about to fracture into chaos? Wait, what if there's a twist? What if the very slowdown meant to stabilize the front actually accelerates its collapse? This is no mere pause, it could be an unseen fracture deep inside the war's shifting tectonics. The silence in production lines might echo louder than bullets on the field. What happens when supply gives way to desperation? When the machinery falters, will the soldiers, already teetering on the edge, lose their only lifeline? The answers lie just beyond the horizon, drenched in uncertainty and the cold smoke of a battlefield poised to erupt anew. Imagine being trapped between collapse and escape. Will the soldiers left behind after a devastating breach be sealed off forever, or can they claw their way out through narrow, fleeting gaps? The next 72 hours will decide everything. This isn't just a battle of firepower, but a war of timing, patience, and ruthless strategy. Let's revisit what happened. Ukraine struck a critical breach, threatening to encircle enemy forces. Now, their goal is crystal clear: seal that breach completely while stopping any desperate moves to establish new footholds nearby. It's a delicate balance. On one hand, ammo must be carefully rationed. Once the brief advantage fades, discipline must snap back. On the other, troops can't linger too long on the front line. A slow pace upends the hunting rhythm, turning aggressors into prey. Speed wins short fights, patience wins the war. Meanwhile, the opposing forces are not standing still. They cling stubbornly to the same front, hunting for other weak points to shift focus away from the collapsing line. They hope to keep their faltering defense alive with small gains, even if costly. But these moves risk turning their positions into traps, bleeding their strength in mere hours. What unfolded between August 12 and 15 along the Pokras-Doilia line wasn't a sweeping battle, it was a brutal lesson packed into a fleeting moment. The window of opportunity swung heavily in Ukraine's favor. Has it closed for good? In war, nothing is certain. Tomorrow, that window may crack open again. Today, the front line breathes in a tense, controlled silence. The air smells sharp smoke, sweat. And the faint metallic tang of spent shells linger. Each captured soldier, though few, carries weight beyond their numbers. A few whispered words, a single secret document, or a coded signal can pivot the fate of an entire night's operations. What will happen when the hunters become the hunted once more? Will those trapped units break free or vanish forever into the shadows of a crumbling front? The clock is ticking, and every second counts. In the cold, tense silence of the front line, tiny fragments of information become weapons as deadly as shells. Each whispered word, each coded gesture can change the course of an entire night. This is why rhythm, precise timing, relentless pressure is the true power driving this conflict. Over the past 48 hours, Ukraine shattered Russia's grand display of force, paying a steep but crucial price in the fight. Europe officially sided with Kiev, marking a turning point. Coordination between units, like the Azak and Module teams, executed a focused strategy of containment, tightening the noose with disciplined precision. The nuances matter, but the overall result is undeniable: the Russian advance was stopped dead in its tracks. No breakthroughs, only retreat and cleanup operations. Will Moscow's forces muster the courage to try again at dawn? It's possible, but if Ukraine's grip on the rhythm holds firm, the answer is clear: failure awaits. In this war, the side that controls the tempo holds the edge. Right now, that edge belongs to Ukraine, especially around Pokrovsk. This struggle has evolved far beyond a war of borders. It's a showdown between highly skilled volunteer fighters from across the globe and foreign units driving political agendas under foreign flags. Colombian and Brazilian squads, moving like shadows on their Bradley vehicles, strike with deadly speed and pinpoint accuracy. They form a deadly dance of sensors and firepower. Alongside them stand resolute volunteers from Japan, Poland, and Albania, all united by purpose. Facing them? North Korean forces, cramped, overstretched, and tethered to fragile Russian front lines cracking under pressure. Numbers don't tell the whole story here, quality reigns supreme. And right now, that quality is firmly in Ukraine's hands. The epicenter of this clash is Sumy, where foreign troops from opposing sides collide, each brandishing their own flags of fight. Ukraine's 47th Separate Mechanized Brigade holds the front line, increasingly bolstered by the arrival of contracted and volunteer fighters who bring not just firepower, but experience and fighting spirit. Colombian and Brazilian veterans are among those who now shape the bloodstained ground of this battlefield. But what does this rising tide of foreign fighters mean for the fragile Russian lines? Will Moscow's forces, strained and isolated, find new strength, or will they crumble as the rhythm of war accelerates against them? The answer hangs in the cold air, wrapped in tension. The next move could change everything. In the ongoing conflict, Ukraine's 47th Mechanized Brigade stands resolute at the front lines. Yet, lurking just behind the scenes, a formidable surge of contracted and volunteer foreign personnel has surged around this brigade, enhancing its capabilities. Experienced Colombian and Brazilian veterans have joined forces, their expertise proving invaluable in unconventional warfare. Not to be overlooked, Polish trainers and contractors are also embedded within various operations, safeguarding heavy equipment and commanding foreign small teams for offensives. This dynamic landscape is vividly captured through myriad sources. Fragmented images from the battlefield and open-source intelligence paint a striking picture of international cooperation. Among these foreign fighters, the Georgian Legion contributes a resolute effort, but it's the Colombian veterans who have recently made headlines, their impactful operations on the battlefield reshaping narratives. Official figures on their presence remain elusive, yet estimates suggest a steady core number has fluctuated in the hundreds since the conflict's escalation in 2022. Civilian reports occasionally hint at numbers exceeding 1,000, suggesting a robust network of support continues to thrive, even if specifics are hard to verify. Adding credibility to their role, major media outlets like the Associated Press and French news agencies have confirmed Colombian military personnel's activities in Ukraine. Some cases have even reached Russian courts, solidifying their presence as more than mere speculation, but a decisive facet of modern warfare. At the heart of the 47th Brigade's operations lie their equipment choices, prominently featuring Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. These platforms not only shield troops as they move towards their objectives but also provide advanced night vision, thermal imaging, and secure communications. The data suggests a lower destruction rate for Bradleys compared to their Russian counterparts, yielding higher survival rates for crews. This resilience offers precious opportunities for dismounted infantry teams to engage effectively, turning the tide in intense skirmishes. As the landscape of this conflict shifts, one must wonder, how sustainable is this influx of foreign expertise? What battle experiences are shaping the tide for both Ukraine and its allies? The narrative weaves through the complexities of warfare, revealing the unforeseen alliances and the deepening entrenchment of foreign actors in this multifaceted struggle, promising unpredictable outcomes as both sides adapt to the relentless challenges ahead. Before we dive deeper, here's a quick recap. Advanced vision tech, thermal sights, and seamless communications have changed the battlefield. The destruction rate of Bradley armored vehicles is surprisingly low compared to Russian tanks. Even when hit, crews often survive, allowing repeated opportunities for dismounted units to engage fiercely. Now, imagine shadows moving swiftly through dense forests, silent, precise, deadly. This is where the impact of foreign specialist teams becomes undeniable. These elite small squads focus on quick, ruthless raids. Using first-person view drone swarms, they lock onto targets with surgical precision. Their weapons? Anti-tank systems like the Stugna-P and Nawa, delivering devastating close-range strikes. But it's more than firepower. The teams bring expert skills in engineering, explosive ordnance disposal, and medical evacuation under fire. Discipline taught in grueling conditions keeps these units razor-sharp. Many of these fighters are veterans from Colombia and Brazil, hardened by years of asymmetric warfare marked by jungle battles, stealth infiltration, and hit-and-run tactics. Their experience fits perfectly with the tangled woods and small villages lining the Tsunami front. Footage from the field reveals fast, high-impact raids carried out with minimal casualties. Colombian volunteers are masters of this brutal dance. Equally formidable are Brazilian volunteers. Accustomed to urban warfare against organized crime and skilled in clearing buildings quickly and efficiently, they work in tight-knit cells under Ukrainian command. English or simplified radio signals guide their moves, following strict protocols and standard abbreviations. Their coordination is lightning fast. Every second counts. Adding another layer, cracked open-source intelligence hints at Polish contract experts embedded within communications teams. Poland plays a critical role in the logistics and maintenance chain, supporting units along supply routes from the Tsunami front westward to the Polish border. Polish personnel have been quietly rotating through units like the 47th Brigade, specializing in armored vehicle upkeep, drone operator training, and integrating complex communication networks. Their presence tightens the operational edge on the battlefield. But here comes the twist: parachuting in these small specialist groups was supposed to tip the scales. Instead, amid relentless pressure and chaotic orders, can their expertise truly stave off an unraveling front? Or is this elite effort a small, desperate flame flickering before a collapse engulfing entire formations? The next reports from the trenches promise to reveal how these elite cells hold or fall as the brutal fight for control intensifies. Can tenacity alone hold the line when the whole structure seems unstable? The answer lies just beyond the forest edge. Earlier, we learned how the Tsunami front stretches from KK and Paba all the way to Poland's border, with Polish contract specialists quietly embedded in units like the 47th Brigade. These experts handle vital tasks: armored vehicle upkeep, unmanned aerial vehicle training, and communications coordination. But what lies beneath this shadowy cooperation is even more revealing. Unbeknownst to many, some regular army personnel cycle in and out of frontline support roles under civilian contracts during their leave periods. This practice remains unstated publicly. Yet, a steady stream of NATO standard maintenance manuals and spare parts flowing through Poland matches this quiet rotation of specialists. It's a hidden rhythm fueling Ukraine's defense machine. Since the war's earliest days, volunteers from countries like Britain and Japan have trickled into the conflict zones. Their numbers are small but steady, shrinking from a wide roster of over 50 nations to a more focused core group still embedded in Ukraine's forces. Japanese volunteers, for instance, rarely show on the front lines but remain crucial in reconnaissance, drone operations, and medical aid. Similarly, a handful of Albanians are operating in these support roles. While these foreign groups don't redefine Ukraine's military might on their own, they are vital oil for the fast-moving machinery of high-tempo units such as the 47th Brigade. Rotations of volunteers from Brazil, Colombia, Japan, Poland, and the United Kingdom bring fresh expertise, invigorate morale, and spread NATO's discipline and safety methods. This melting pot sharpens Ukraine's edge in drone warfare, strengthening the crucial link between sensors and shooters. Interestingly, foreign fighters don't operate heavy armor directly. The battleground's main tanks and armored combat vehicles remain in Ukrainian hands. Instead, these volunteers travel in M2A2 Bradley fighting vehicles and deploy as infantry, guarding convoys or managing evacuations in M113S and mine-resistant patrol vehicles. Their battlefield roles also include flying first-person view reconnaissance drones and operating anti-tank weapons like Stugnap, Javelin, Inlaw, Carl Gustav, and 6,081mm mortars. But why does this quiet multinational network matter so much? What unseen impact does it have on the brutal chessboard of modern combat? Stay with us as we dive deeper into how this international thread weaves through the chaos, revealing forces that could tip the scales in a war where every second counts. The previous section outlined the support roles of foreign units fighting alongside Ukraine. These fighters manage smoke and fragmentation munitions, act as medics, dispose of explosives, and carry out reconnaissance in restricted areas. They coordinate closely with Ukrainian foreign contingents near Sumy, maintaining a vigorous, assault-driven tempo. Meanwhile, the Russian army relies heavily on attrition, pounding the Sumy front with intense artillery barrages and glide bombs. Ukrainian forces strike at railway hubs and road junctions behind enemy lines, attempting to fracture this crushing pressure. But here's the real shock: Russia is desperate for manpower and ammunition, turning to unlikely sources. Open reports confirm a steady exchange between Russia and North Korea. Ballistic missiles and artillery shells flow into Russian stockpiles. Yet these weapons are riddled with flaws. High failure and inaccuracy rates plague these Korean-supplied arms. Despite this firepower boost, quality is a critical problem. Rumors swirl wildly: North Korean soldiers might even be fighting alongside Russian troops. Since late 2024, traces of North Korean units reinforcing Russian positions near Kursk have surfaced. These forces are tasked primarily with heavy infantry duties, constructing defenses, securing rear positions, and sometimes rotating onto front lines. Still, intelligence reports caution that these North Korean contingents aren't numerous enough to decisively shift the war's course. News agencies sporadically report sightings of Korean personnel inside Russia and along its borders. But the whole situation demands careful skepticism. Is this a sign of Russia flailing in desperation? Or a calculated move to bolster dwindling forces? Underneath the smoke and artillery thunder near Sumy, a deeper crisis brews. Russia's increasing reliance on questionable foreign support might be its undoing. What happens if these shaky reinforcements falter, or if political winds change? What secret cracks are running through the Russian army's front lines? How far will desperation push Moscow's commanders? And can Ukraine seize upon this unraveling moment to turn the tide forever? The answers lie hidden in the chaos of war, waiting to be uncovered. In the previous segment, we looked at how North Korean involvement in the conflict remains murky. Reports surface sporadically, yet no clear picture emerges. The reality on the ground demands caution. Now, let's dive deeper into who is really shaping this war from the shadows, and why sheer firepower doesn't always tip the scales. Imagine a battlefield where quantity meets quality, not just in weapons, but in tactics. On one side, overwhelming artillery pounds villages relentlessly, launching missiles which reduce homes to rubble. Heavy bombardment shakes the earth, filling the air with acrid smoke and the sharp scent of destruction. On the opposing side, small, highly skilled squads move like ghosts. They strike with surgical precision, guided by sensor webs and the buzzing hum of MQ-9 Reaper drones overhead. They watch, target, and call in artillery fire within seconds, then vanish before retaliation can land. This is the clash playing out around the Sumy axis. Ordinary armored units struggle to keep pace with these lightning-fast hit-and-run teams. Foreign fighters, experienced, adaptable, have become the pulse of this battlefield rhythm. Colombian specialists stand out: they strike fast, hard, and disappear without leaving a trace. Their tactics, honed through years of guerrilla warfare, make them masters of stealth and lethal coordination. Behind the scenes, these units work like a well-oiled machine. A drone operator scans the horizon, a sniper locks eyes on the target, and a JTAC-style spotter orchestrates the timing. Artillery roars moments later, targets obliterated almost as soon as they appear. Then the fighters scramble back into their vehicles, melting into the chaos of the terrain. This seamless dance is no accident. Ukrainian command has woven guerrilla instincts into continental-scale strategy. Numbers? They remain elusive. Early reports from 2022 suggested tens of thousands of foreign volunteers had flocked to Ukraine from dozens of countries. Colombians were among the first, their presence steady and vital through the years. The media whispers confirm their ongoing role, but official figures? Non-existent. What is undeniable is this: foreign fighters cycle in and out, like waves crashing onto a shore. Each arrival is met with harsh attrition, each departure signals a new push. The faces change. The tactics evolve. The stakes grow higher. But there's a question that lingers: can this constant flow of skilled fighters alone redefine the fate of a war shadowed by overwhelming firepower and fractured supply lines? Or will the grinding reality of attrition and loss slowly erode even the best trained forces? The war's rhythm tells a story of endurance and adaptation. Yet the silent question remains: how long before this wave breaks? The battle for control is a relentless wave, sweeping through ranks like an unforgiving tide. Soldiers come and go, some fall, others are pushed forward to replace them. Neither side reveals the full truth about their numbers. Hundreds, sometimes close to 1,000, move through the front lines not as a fixed force, but as a constant flow of changing faces. New recruits fill the gaps left by the wounded or those who can no longer fight. This cycle is unending. What about the whispers of foreign fighters? Since early 2022, signs have pointed to personnel from Poland working behind the scenes, not as official soldiers, but as trainers, maintenance crews, and experts on short-term contracts. It's a shadowy presence, never fully confirmed, yet it fits the puzzle of supply routes and logistics. Poland, after all, is the main artery for armored vehicles, optics, and communication gear crossing into Ukraine. Beyond Poland, British and Japanese volunteers quietly make their mark. They are fewer in number but steady in their roles: scouts, medics, drone operators, and snipers. As Ukraine's drone warfare evolves, these foreign fighters may become less central, but their impact remains visible in select brigades during critical moments. Russia, meanwhile, struggles to fill its ranks. To compensate, North Korean troops are sent alongside Russian units near Sumy. These soldiers are often tasked with the grueling work of fortress repair, digging trenches, reconnaissance, and sometimes even mass infantry assaults. Their presence exposes the cracks in training and equipment within the Russian forces, a patchwork solution to a deepening shortage. Imagine the grinding noise of shovels biting into frozen earth, the smell of damp soil mixing with sweat, the tension in every tired step forward. This isn't just a war of weapons, it's a war of endurance and desperation. What happens when the endless wave of replacements runs dry? When the line between soldier and casualty blurs beyond repair? The shifting front lines reveal more than territory lost or gained. They tell a story of human limits pushed to breaking points. What awaits those caught in this ceaseless cycle? Will the tide turn, or will it sweep away all who stand in its path? In an unfolding narrative of conflict, a profound shift is taking place on the battlefield. The Russian forces are grappling with unprecedented challenges, facing not merely opposition but a deep fracture within their ranks. The emphasis has shifted away from armored mechanized assaults to desperate attempts at infantry movement and mass pressure, revealing vulnerabilities that threaten their very existence. Historically, Russia's collaboration with North Korean soldiers has resulted in extensive losses. As waves of troops charged forward, they found themselves ensnared in a relentless sensor fire chain, a grim reality exacerbated by drone technology. Foreign commando units from Colombia and Brazil have begun to engage on the front lines, intensifying this deadly game of cat and mouse. With each passing moment, the Russian strategy of overwhelming force falters, unable to keep pace with the relentless efficiency of smaller, agile units. Despite an influx of North Korean munitions, the inherent advantage lies with the Ukrainian forces. The discrepancy in quality cannot be overstated. Russian ammunition is plagued by low accuracy and unreliable performance, rendering their counter-battery measures largely ineffective. For Ukraine, the addition of international volunteers and experts creates a powerful qualitative difference on the battlefield, amplifying their combat effectiveness. When opportunities arise, foreign brigades swiftly seize them, pushing through the cracks in enemy defenses. Amidst the chaos, the landscape shifts dramatically along the Sumy axis. Areas once dominated by Russian heavy units, like the 47th Brigade, are now under siege. The hybrid war dynamic has allowed for swift tactical adaptations, one that the Russian side's North Korean reinforcements are ill-equipped to counter. They may bring numbers, but the quality of training and equipment remains critically lacking. According to assessments, the critical presence of North Korean personnel is noted, yet their ability to reshape the conflict is both limited and overwhelmingly insufficient. Meanwhile, Ukraine's network of foreign fighters remains resilient, interwoven with NATO resources and logistical support from Poland. As elite units like the 47th Brigade harness this network, they forge ahead against despairing odds. As the battle rages, both sides confront a fundamental question: can sheer numbers overcome a qualitative edge in expertise and experience? The outcome of this brutal face-off will not just determine territorial gains but could redefine the arc of warfare itself. Each moment holds the potential for unexpected shifts, and with every soldier's heart beating amidst the chaos, an uncertain future looms heavy over the battlefield. Will the resilience of the underdog triumph against overwhelming odds? Only time will tell. In the ongoing turmoil within Ukraine, the landscape of warfare is evolving rapidly. A network of foreign volunteers and contracted experts has emerged, with its nodes constantly shifting, yet the overall structure remains intact. This intricate system operates in tandem with NATO training and equipment, with Poland leading logistical efforts. Central to this network are elite units like the 47th Brigade, which harness its resources effectively. Now, Colombian and Brazilian teams are executing swift, impactful raids in the Sumy region, while Polish experts are reinforcing maintenance and training efforts. Meanwhile, British and Japanese volunteers step in to fulfill specialized roles. In contrast, the Russian side is scrambling to bridge the gap, relying on North Korean ammunition and personnel. However, in this new era of warfare dominated by drones, the triad of sensor fire movement, speed, precision, and coordination holds the key to success. Western standards of training and discipline are yielding quicker results, placing Ukraine in a favorable position. But how long can this edge last? Sustaining this advantage requires relentless support. The motivation and financial backing for foreign units within the Ukrainian army must be unwavering. The command structure needs to monitor the discipline of these small foreign teams diligently, ensuring logistical channels remain open. Most crucially, they must advance without inflating the realities on the ground or presenting unverified claims as truths. While the numbers of North Korean personnel might swell on paper, the qualitative difference in combat effectiveness is what truly matters. Today, we witness the 47th Brigade and its international allies balancing and, in some areas, pushing back against Russia's North Korean-supported, quantity-driven offensives. Signs of this shift are evident: the brief nature of Russian mass attacks, rising casualty rates among their forward positions, successful night raids, and the effective use of first-person view drones targeting Russian rear areas. Most significantly, foreign small teams are accomplishing short-term missions with minimal losses. This tactical success bears strategic weight in the overarching conflict. Ukraine's approach is proving effective in Sumy, and as it continues to evolve, its influence will only grow. Yet, the question remains: what unforeseen challenges lie ahead as the tides of war shift once more? The battle for control in Sumy is not a matter of numbers alone. North Korea's reinforcements offer quantity, but they cannot match the quality that turns the tide on the ground. Here, the real edge belongs to small, highly skilled teams, Colombians and Brazilians stealthily operating in the shadows, Polish experts meticulously maintaining and training forces, British and Japanese volunteers excelling in specialized roles. This blend of precision and expertise multiplies their impact far beyond mere troop counts. Meanwhile, Russia's forces, despite reinforcements, struggle with a grim reality: their effective strength barely reaches 17,000 soldiers. Their tank arsenal has dwindled to just over 100, and shockingly, a third of these are outdated T-62 hulls dragged from old mobilization depots. This collapse didn't happen overnight. Years of logistical failures, personnel shortages, and endless delays in upgrading equipment have created a perfect storm. Ukrainian forces, equipped with satellite-guided detection and destruction systems, strike with ruthless efficiency. The loss of commanding officers cuts deeper than maps or territory; it shatters morale. Imagine a Russian soldier clutching the insignia of the 41st Army in his pocket, rifle slung over a weary shoulder, his chain of command fractured and unclear. Doubt gnaws at him: should I fall back? Should I keep fighting? That haunting question echoes in the cold, dark trenches. Ukrainian forces seized on this psychological crack early in the conflict. They broadcast a chilling message repeatedly over frontline speakers: if you cannot reach your commander, leave your coordinates and surrender on foot. Hot soup awaits you. What began as mock propaganda slowly took hold in the fearful silence of night. The data is undeniable. Nearly 8,000 soldiers from the 41st Army have answered that call, choosing surrender over senseless sacrifice. Beyond whispers and rumors, official court records paint a chilling picture. These documents accumulate relentlessly, day by day, revealing a systemic breakdown. Desertion, refusal to obey orders, and outright abandonment are no longer isolated incidents, they are a tide washing over the Russian ranks. What does this mean for the front line? The soldiers are not just losing ground, they are losing hope. And when hope dies, what remains but chaos? By late May 2025, the unraveling of an army was no longer just a whisper, it was a glaring reality. Over 20,000 cases involving soldiers refusing to report for duty, disobeying orders, or outright deserting had been logged. More than 17,700 convictions followed. This was no isolated spike, it was a relentless, grinding trend. Imagine the weight of thousands of court rulings, sometimes more than 30 each day. At this pace, how quickly could an entire force vanish? The legal system itself reveals the fracture. Back in September 2022, a harsh new law criminalized voluntary surrender, slapping punishments ranging from 3 to 10 years behind bars. The intent was crystal clear: surrender is forbidden, fight or face severe consequences. But despite this iron fist, surrender scenes kept unfolding on the front lines. In April 2025, a soldier caught surrendering voluntarily was sentenced to a staggering 15 years. Does a prison sentence truly scare more than the prospect of death? This grim question haunts the battlefield. Another revealing sign is the so-called voluntary surrender channel, a hotline running non-stop, designed to let soldiers safely lay down their arms. In its first year, over 210 soldiers used this lifeline. By mid-2024, that number crept past 260, and by June, over 300 had surrendered through it. These aren't just numbers, they are silent cries for escape amid chaos. And these figures only include those who surrendered via the hotline. Countless others gave up right there on the battlefield, invisible in official tallies. The hotline's mere existence signals a stark truth: surrender is no longer a rare act but a persistent, ongoing reality. The scale of prisoner exchanges tells an even darker story. In May 2025, both sides swapped about 1,000 prisoners in a single exchange. Then, on August 14, another swap occurred: 84 for 84. Ukraine has confirmed repatriating over 5,000 captives in total. Behind these numbers lie thousands of soldiers caught in a cruel cycle: captured, exchanged, and sent back into the vortex of conflict. What does it mean when surrender is so widespread that it demands official channels and record-breaking prisoner swaps? Is this a sign of an army crumbling from within, or simply the brutal cost of prolonged war? The evidence piles up like shattered armor on a blood-soaked field. The question remains: how long can a force survive when its own men no longer believe in the fight? When surrender becomes the quiet answer to unbearable fear? The unraveling is not just on the surface. It's deep in the minds of soldiers, echoing louder with every court case, every exchange, every desperate call to surrender. What happens when the will to fight is broken, and in recent exchanges between warring factions, around 1,000 prisoners were swapped. Notably, on August 14, 2025, an additional exchange of 84 fighters each occurred. Ukraine proudly declared that over 5,000 individuals have now been repatriated. These numbers reveal a troubling reality: Russian soldiers are also caught in this cycle, numbering in the thousands. This fact highlights a crucial truth: being a prisoner does not always indicate a willing surrender. Yet, the magnitude of these exchanges underscores the battlefield's dire state, pushing military systems to their breaking point. Surrender has taken on new forms, it's now a stark reality. Scenes of drone-assisted surrenders are increasingly common, with instructions echoing through loudspeakers, safe corridors beckoning, and even small UAVs signaling hope through water bottles and notes. This transformation reflects a grim psychological cracking under pressure. Moreover, the reports from the UK Ministry of Defence provide insight into the brutal measures employed by Russian forces. The tactic of utilizing barrage units to stop retreating soldiers has not gone unnoticed. Despite public denials, there are plenty of reports and visuals from the front lines showing unrest among the ranks. The White House has indicated that Russia is resorting to executing soldiers who defy orders, an environment that sows fear rather than allegiance, effectively eroding any remnants of loyalty. When discipline falters, desertion and surrender decline swiftly. The deployment of punishment battalions, often filled with conscripted convicts, aim to replenish ranks decimated by warfare, but the rapid turnover and lack of training have rendered them ineffective. As troop quality decreased, discipline crumbled with alarming speed, contributing to the rise in surrender. Enforcement of tightened penalties for desertion or even voluntary surrender has turned into a criminal offense only highlights the struggle. A 15-year sentence handed down to a soldier for surrendering serves as a chilling reminder, yet images of soldiers laying down their arms on the battlefield persist. The question looms, as terror takes the place of loyalty, what further consequences will unfold in this relentless cycle of conflict? As the conflict raged on, an unsettling trend emerged within the ranks of Russian soldiers. Despite the tightening of punitive measures for desertion and the increasing criminalization of voluntary surrender, the grim reality remained: soldiers were laying down their arms in unprecedented numbers. While a 15-year sentence could loom over a soldier's head for such an act, the echoing sounds of surrender on the battlefield persisted, revealing a deep-seated collapse within the military's psyche. Now, let's delve into the heart of the matter. The numbers tell a harrowing tale. Court cases are stacking into the tens of thousands, while the voluntary surrender hotline rings, albeit intermittently, signaling hundreds of anguished calls from those who wish to escape the futility of combat. The frequency of prisoner exchanges has escalated, a grim reminder that lives are caught in a cycle of conflict. Amid tightening conditions, something else is crumbling: the mental fortitude of soldiers who, overwhelmed by despair, are increasingly resorting to suicide and desertion. Reports from the Southern Front reveal a chilling picture that transcends any singular regiment's plight. Soldiers are being dispatched to attack without the crucial support of drones or artillery cover, their maneuvers becoming desperate attempts for survival. The command's devaluation of human life is evident as they issue orders that endanger their troops unnecessarily. How many lives must be sacrificed in the name of battle? Startlingly, over 40,000 Russian soldiers have chosen to abandon their posts, prioritizing their lives over loyalty to Vladimir Putin. This alarming trend marks a significant increase in desertions and acts of insubordination. The channels of surrender have begun to overflow, indicating the toll of war on those who wear the uniform. In examining the total surrenders, we differentiate the verified cases through the established hotline, with numbers reaching the 300s. However, if we consider direct surrenders in the field, the actual figures may be far higher, illuminating a shadowy undercurrent of desperation that permeates the military's ranks. How much longer can this cycle of attrition continue? As we connect the dots of individual experiences to the broader strategic fabric, a chilling question looms: is this the beginning of an irreversible internal collapse within the Russian military? The answers may lie ahead, where the line between loyalty and survival continues to blur. What happens next as pressure mounts and despair deepens? Will more soldiers risk everything to escape their grim reality? The answers may be as unpredictable as the next orders received on the front lines. The tension hangs thick in the air, prompting the imminent question: when will the breaking point be reached? Previously, we saw that hundreds of soldiers have used a special hotline to surrender voluntarily, with even more surrendering directly on the battlefield. This reveals cracks in morale that go deeper than just numbers. Now, let's dive into what happens after surrender. Thousands of captured soldiers have been exchanged between the sides. Ukraine alone has officially brought back more than 5,000 of its people. So, when we talk about prisoners of war, we're dealing with a vast cycle involving thousands. Within this, voluntary surrender is a small but crucial piece slowly eating away at the enemy's strength. How does this unraveling affect the battlefield? Let's break it down into three urgent problems. First, quality is collapsing. To fill the ranks fast, soldiers are rushed into service with minimal training. Punishment units are thrown into the fray with little preparation. In today's warfare, where drones buzz overhead and artillery rains down, every tactical slip can be fatal. Mistakes multiply as experience dwindles. Second, the rhythm of war is broken. Troops are rotated too quickly. Rest becomes a luxury. Exhaustion clouds judgment and saps willpower.
A soldier's mind, worn thin, can no longer keep pace with life or death decisions. Third, trust is shattered. The chain of command depends on a sense of fairness. Instead, brutal punishments and harsh discipline breed fear, not respect. When justice is lost, loyalty crumbles. How can soldiers correct errors when they fear retribution more than failure? Meanwhile, pressure from above mounts relentlessly. Intelligence reports reveal tens of thousands of new recruits flooding in every month. Bonuses rise, contracts loosen, and punishments for refusal are delayed. Numbers swell, but quality plummets. Is it 30,000 fresh soldiers, or 30,000 ticking hazards? Here's the chilling question: what happens when soldiers face the choice, fight on or surrender? International investigations report executions of Ukrainian prisoners who gave up. This dark reality raises a terrifying dilemma: if you surrender, will you live? Despite this, the steady stream of voluntary surrenders continues. What drives a soldier to risk death by their own side just to escape the front? This is no mere tactical setback. It signals a profound psychological collapse. The battlefield is no longer just about guns and strategy. It's about broken minds and shattered wills. What does this choice to surrender, knowing the dangers, reveal about the true state of the war? Is it desperation? Defiance? Or the final unraveling of an army's soul? The answers lie just beyond the horizon, where the next battle will decide if this collapse can be reversed, or if it will become a rout that changes everything. The previous episode revealed a grim reality: the steady stream of enemy surrenders grows despite harsh punishments. This only sharpens the haunting question in the minds of soldiers: if I give up, will I even live to tell the tale? Choosing to surrender while risking severe consequences reveals more than fear. It exposes a deeper breakdown, a collapse of trust and rational command, the fragile anchors holding an army together. Now, let's step into the heart of this crisis through the eyes of Ukraine's front lines.
The enemy's most vulnerable point isn't tanks or missiles, it is the breaking of the human spirit.
On these battle-scarred landscapes, drones buzz relentlessly above, artillery roars, and electronic warfare pulses in the airwaves. These combined forces target exhausted, worn-out units, forcing them into local collapses with devastating precision. When a unit falls apart mentally, their resistance crumbles, leading to growing numbers of prisoners. Each soldier who lays down arms adds to Ukraine's leverage in prisoner swaps. This isn't just a tactical gain, it's buying precious time more valuable than any weapon. But where will this war of attrition break the opponent faster? On which fronts does this pressure mount into decisive victory? From the other side's perspective, grim consequences are already unfolding. The tightening noose of legal measures awaits those who falter, yet legal punishments alone cannot hold a faltering force together. They scramble to fill ranks with new recruits, but fresh faces lack the battle-hardened experience vital to success. The rhythm of operations grows erratic, flashy assaults are launched but fail to achieve meaningful gains, bleeding morale dry like a slow poison. Morale is fragile. When it shatters, soldiers desert or surrender, feeding the vicious cycle further. So where lies the escape hatch from this spiraling decline? The answer is simple, yet brutally hard to grasp: restoring the human factor. Victory demands justice, adequate rest, and sound, rational strategies. Mere political posturing or rushed orders cannot substitute for these essentials. The ground realities scream this truth through every shattered unit. When troops are sent forward without artillery shields, drones for eyes, or electronic warfare to jam enemy tracking, they disintegrate under fire. This disintegration begins in the mind, the first casualty in battle, before it becomes painfully visible on the front lines. Each hesitation costs ground. Each delay invites loss. Rational plans cost far less than eroded morale. Who will dare to reverse this relentless slide toward ruin? Who will rebuild trust and recalibrate strategy before it's too late? One final thought about justice. Criminalizing surrender hasn't stopped it, it only fuels despair. Even after a soldier drew a 15-year sentence, the wave of surrender kept rising. This proves the limits of threats on paper. On the ground, fear is no longer about law. It is the chilling shadow of a drone overhead. Beneath that shadow, soldiers face their stark choice, to run or to surrender. What happens next? Will the unraveling continue? Or can the human spirit be rekindled amid the chaos?
The coming days will tell a story no one can yet predict. What happens when fear rules the battlefield more than orders?
Imagine soldiers haunted not just by enemy fire but by the invisible shadow of drones overhead. They face a brutal choice: run or surrender. Yet, something must stop this unraveling, something stronger than fear itself.
What is the glue holding an army together when all around it falls apart? The truth is harsh.
Soldiers need more than commands, they need a clear, rational plan and above all, trust.
Trust isn't given lightly.
It is earned through fairness and thorough preparation.
Without those, orders are empty risks. Risks pile up like tension tightening a fragile thread until it snaps. Pressure without preparation doesn't strengthen, it accelerates collapse. These are not just opinions anymore. The evidence is undeniable.
Court records, legal crackdowns, and the surge of voluntary surrenders all tell the same story. The heart of the Russian army is bleeding out, trust in leadership is evaporating, and human endurance is crumbling.
Footage from the front, calls for surrender caught by drones, stories from individual units gone silent. This grim mosaic paints a devastating picture of breakdown from within. So the question remains, a question that could decide the future: if this collapse continues, what will the front line even look like? What lines will hold?
Your thoughts matter because they shape how this story is told and understood. Meanwhile, the so-called buffer zone begins to unravel in practice. Orders from above might still demand holding ground or stretching defenses, but on the ground, reality looks different.
Positions once held tightly are now abandoned. Retreats ripple through key areas: Andrika, Kondraka, Oleksivka, Bazalka.
Reading military reports alongside local sources reveals a clear pattern.
The pressure applied along the Sunumi axis failed to forge a solid defense.
Instead, enemy forces faced a relentless cycle: narrow infiltration attempts met with well-coordinated Ukrainian counterattacks, forcing tactical withdrawals.
This gave Ukraine the upper hand, allowing reinforcements to regain control of critical settlements. But the story doesn't stop here.
Farther south, near Velika Novoselka, another crisis unfolds: similar breakages, further retreats, and a relentless strain on the troops.
What triggered these breakdowns? Why did pressure turn into retreat? Could leadership failure or lack of preparation be the root? And more importantly, can this tide be turned, or is the collapse inevitable?
Listen closely, the sounds of quiet despair echo through the trenches. The smell of dust and burned earth fills the air as commanders shout orders that few believe in anymore.
Will bravery hold, or will trust shatter irrevocably? The answers lie in the unfolding saga ahead. What do you think will become of the lines, the soldiers, and the war itself?
Previously, we saw how relentless pressure led to narrow, targeted infiltrations and tactical withdrawals. Ukraine managed to reclaim several small settlements, while the southern front near Velika Novoselka faced similar struggles.
But what really happened behind these shifting lines? Why did Russian advances repeatedly stall or reverse? Military analyst Mashovitz revealed a striking truth: repeated counterattacks forced Russian forces to pull back east of Novoselka and retreat from positions between Berlotsky and Prevenal. This wasn't a story of steady progress but a constant dance of fleeting gains, line shifts, and withdrawals. The advances Russia boasted about were often temporary, undone by fierce resistance. Now, the spotlight turns to Pukhovsk, the heart of the fiercest battles this summer. Here, the front wavered between small pushes forward and frustrating stalemates.
Reports from late July painted a grim picture: months of relentless Russian assaults had brought only marginal gains. Despite overwhelming pressure, Ukrainian defenders held firm, their drones buzzing overhead like vigilant sentinels, while deep fortifications turned the city into a fortress.
Pukhovsk's value isn't just symbolic, it's a critical logistics hub and coal center. Capturing it would mean more than a trophy, it would disrupt supply lines and local industry.
Yet, even with this strategic prize on the line, Russia's offensive momentum was faltering.
Heavy losses and slow progress weakened their grip.
When combined with the retreats along the Sunumi axis, the summer's campaign appears fragmented. Lacking the decisive breakthrough Moscow had hoped for.
But here's the twist: official intelligence from the UK's Defence Ministry on August 9 painted a different picture.
According to their update, Russian ground forces reportedly advanced between 500 and 550 kilometers during June and July. Most of these gains were concentrated in the Donetsk region, especially around the northeast and southwest of Pukhovsk.
This suggests a slow but steady push forward. So, how do we reconcile these conflicting accounts? Does localized retreat signal a crumbling front, or is it part of a broader, uneven battlefield reality? Could pockets of progress be masking a deeper systemic failure? As the lines blur between victory and defeat, the true state of the conflict remains a riddle shrouded in smoke and shattered hopes. What if these so-called advances are just illusions in a war where morale and willpower matter more than tanks and artillery? The question lingers, is this a temporary setback or the unraveling of a once formidable force? The answer may lie just beyond the horizon, where shattered soldiers and fading commands struggle to hold the line. In the previous segment, we explored the shifting front lines northeast and southwest of Pokros, where despite some local advances, the overall pattern revealed patchy retreats rather than a broad collapse. Now, let's dive deeper into why the Russian forces stumbled and fell back on the Sumy front. The harsh truth is this: Russia's slow and costly push forward has utterly failed to trap the city as planned. Why? Because an advance is more than just boots on the ground. It demands depth, a vital supply line pumping weapons, fuel, and reinforcements uninterruptedly behind the front. But the landscape north of Sumy tells a different story. Thick woods, twisted roads, and rivers hem in movement, shrinking the battlefield. Ukraine exploited every inch of this terrain, unleashing relentless pressure with small, fast-moving units and drones striking supply hubs with terrifying precision. The air thrummed with the buzz of drones and distant artillery echoes, while the scent of burnt rubber and earth filled the air as skirmishes erupted close and fierce. Russia's response? Scattered infiltration teams on motorcycles and buggies tried to poke holes into Ukrainian defenses. Heavily armored convoys, the kind you'd expect for a full-scale assault, never reached the intensity needed for a decisive breakthrough. Around Andrika, retreat became the only option, and the situation at Alexka mirrored this pattern perfectly. Two places, different coordinates, same grim reality. Without room to roll armored vehicles openly, Moscow's forces relied on infantry and lightweight units to press the line. Yet, Ukrainian sensors and sharpshooters didn't allow them breathing room. The battlefield grew claustrophobic, each movement shadowed by unseen eyes, each step a gamble under constant threat. What does this mean for Moscow's grand ambitions to carve out a buffer zone? Simply put, advancing isn't enough. Holding these newly taken positions day after day, week after week, is what truly counts. Every settlement they fail to sustain becomes a fresh foothold for Ukrainian forces to reclaim, and that's exactly what happened at Kondraka and, most recently, Bezzelivka. These lost outposts aren't just defeats on a map, they are ruptures in Moscow's strategy, a reminder that pressing forward screams victory only when you refuse to look back at what you've already given up. So, what happens when the momentum collapses and the ground beneath your feet shifts like quicksand? The story is far from over, but the cracks in the Russian offensive are widening fast. Could this be the beginning of a full unraveling? Or is it just the prelude to a desperate recalibration? The answer lies in what comes next on this unforgiving battlefield. In the complex theater of war, establishing a secure buffer zone is not simply a matter of advancing forward, it's about maintaining that hard-won line for days or even weeks. Each settlement you fail to hold becomes a window of opportunity for the enemy to reclaim territory. For instance, the recapture of Kondraka and now Bezzelivka exemplify this precarious balance. Small, strategic advances may initially appear to shift the momentum, but they can just as easily lead to counter-pressures that force retreats in other regions. The toll that this situation takes on the morale and behavior of commanders in the field is significant. Recent data highlights that over the last 3 years, incidents of unauthorized absences from the Russian military have skyrocketed to more than 20,000. This figure goes beyond mere numbers, it signifies an overwhelming pressure that disrupts troop rotation and depletes manpower across the front lines. What emerges from this unsettling trend is the deterioration of command discipline, particularly at forward positions where the pressure is the highest. Now, shifting our focus back to the pivotal area of Pikarsk, debates raged over whether the Russian advance into the city had come to a halt. Reports by the end of July suggested that sabotage and reconnaissance teams had made attempts to infiltrate the city limits, claiming entry into several southern neighborhoods. However, Russia struggled to secure significant territory. Ukrainian forces, employing drones and fortifications, managed to maintain a strong defensive posture, effectively stalling the push. Amidst this strained stalemate, assessments indicated that Russian forces were attempting to counter the efficacy of Ukrainian jamming with fiber optic guided munitions.
The situation painted a picture of heavy pressure surrounding Pikirsk, yet without any substantial breakthroughs. Casualties mounted on both sides, with tactical gains not translating into operational successes. The repercussions of retreats along the Sunumi line created a compound effect that further complicated the overall dynamics. The side being forced back in northern areas would inevitably need to employ fresh and more intense forces to launch a successful offensive in the south. The signs point to a cumbersome cycle of pressure that leaves little room for optimism. So, as we navigate through these turbulent developments, will the military capabilities and sheer will of any side triumph in this ongoing struggle? With every setback, each new day on the front lines brings unexpected twists, risking everything for fleeting gains. What survival strategies will emerge amid chaos as both sides weigh their next steps? The answers may very well redefine the landscape of this relentless conflict. In a theater of war defined by chaos and despair, small victories for Ukraine have begun to reshape the battlefield. Over weeks, a series of minor advances culminated in significant repercussions for Russian forces. The recapture of Pishchain and Kotlin, just south of the critical logistical hub of Pokers, marked the beginning of a shifting tide during the harsh winter and spring months. While these territories didn't lead to sweeping territorial changes, they dramatically improved the defensive posture of the Ukrainian army, creating a solid foundation for the anticipated summer offensives. Now, imagine the tension in the air as Russian troops, initially poised and confident, are forced to grapple with the reality of their diminished control. The progress made by Ukrainian forces has stunted Russian supply lines, creating a scenario where the enemy is not just pushed back but cornered. This stark reality serves as a reminder of the interconnectedness of tactical engagements. The retreats witnessed in March along the Velika-Novasila line resonate deeply with the current struggles on the Sun line. As Ukraine's forces pressed forward, the Russian military, once a formidable presence, found itself stretched thin. The once narrow advances, which seemed promising, crumbled under relentless counter-pressure. The duality of this situation, where minor territorial gains can lead to profound psychological and operational consequences, illustrates the intricate dance of war. Each advance by Ukrainian forces was not merely a shift in territory but a strategic blow to the very narrative that Moscow sought to maintain. The implications of these retreats extend beyond the battlefield. Politically, the Kremlin's promises of establishing a buffer zone now ring hollow. The language has subtly shifted from bold declarations of territorial control to euphemisms like regrouping and adjusting lines. Each lost settlement requires justification, and with every retreat, the story becomes increasingly difficult for Moscow to sell to its domestic audience. Logistically, the situation worsens. As Russian forces find it increasingly challenging to resupply their forward positions, they become vulnerable to Ukrainian hit-and-run tactics. Small, agile units of Ukrainian soldiers capitalize on this weakness, striking with precision and then vanishing into the shadows. The once formidable presence of the Russian military now seems more like a fragile facade, teetering on the brink of collapse. The question looms, how much longer can this cycle of retreat and pressure continue? As the summer heat sets in, the stakes grow ever higher. Will Russia find a way to regroup and reclaim its lost ground, or will the momentum shift irrevocably in favor of Ukraine? The answer may lie in the resolve of both sides and the unpredictable nature of war itself. In the unfolding saga of the conflict, the dynamics on the battlefield reveal a stark and troubling reality. As the comfort of control ebbs away, the logistical backbone supporting advancing forces weakens immensely. Heavy vehicles lie idle, unable to traverse established paths. The vital supply lines, like delicate capillaries, can no longer function efficiently, leaving troops more vulnerable. Without fortified positions, enemy units are free to execute hit-and-run tactics more easily. The cost of maintaining forward lines becomes painfully evident, exposing the tenuous grip on territory that's been fought for fiercely. Then there's the human element. Soldiers on the front lines face relentless pressure without the chance for respite. Trainloads of fatigue press down on them. The weariness grows, prompting local withdrawals as morale plunges. Desperation creeps in, taking a toll on mental health. The scars of trench warfare are not just physical, they linger in the minds of men who have seen too much. Meanwhile, the information battlefield also takes a toll. The rapid-fire launch of small drones reveals the stark visibility of frontline positions, compromising their concealment and hampering swift movements. Ammunition is expended at alarming rates, as sustainability becomes an insurmountable challenge. A burning question emerges: has there been a direct edict from the Kremlin to retreat? Official statements skirt around the term withdrawal, choosing instead euphemisms that mask the deteriorating situation.
Yet, agencies continue to report strategic redeployments aimed at creating buffer zones.
The narratives may soften the blow, but the operational outcomes speak volumes. Accounts from near the front line reveal the uncomfortable truth: abandoning positions is the new reality of warfare for Russian troops. In recent weeks, the recapture of settlements like Kondraka and Basilivka serves as a stark reminder that the buffer zone initiative has faltered. Pressure mounts, revealing that the overarching military strategy has weakened. Surprisingly, the fallback along the Velika Novosila line marks the beginning of an unsettling trend, one of retreat overshadowing initial plans of advancement.
Events on the ground have begun to ripple out, raising an urgent question: can hope for reversal survive as the tide shifts unfavorably for Russian forces?
As reports confirm the recapture of key territories like Andrika and Basilivka, the underlying strategy of establishing a buffer zone along the Sumy axis has dramatically faltered. The troubling trend of retreat illustrated by the withdrawal along the Velika Novosila line in the south serves as a precursor to growing challenges on the battlefield. The struggle surrounding the city of Pokrovsk has dragged on for months, exemplifying the harsh reality that gaining ground demands an immense toll. Global intelligence sources reveal persistent fighting with minimal territorial gains amidst significant losses. Despite ongoing attacks from sabotage and reconnaissance units, the expected advancements remain elusive. Defensive drones in fortified positions continue to repel these efforts, curbing any breakthroughs. British intelligence reports indicate that Russian territorial progress spans only 500 to 550 kilometers, reflecting a tangible shift in the ground conditions. However, the same assessments and regional reports signify setbacks in Sumy, revealing hurdles to achieving a functional buffer zone.
The scenario is far from straightforward. Although the summer offensive didn't collapse entirely, it certainly lost its steam.
Signs of retreat on the Sumy line and insufficient advancement near the city of Pokrovsk underscore the stark reality of decreased momentum. This situation presents both risks and new pathways for action. One clear takeaway is that as conventional Russian mechanized forces struggle to breach extensive front lines, they may resort to infiltrating tactics relying on lighter units. While this approach extends operational reach, it significantly drains resources and time. Additionally, if Ukrainian forces maintain pressure and secure minor victories in the north, the rhetoric surrounding the buffer zone will increasingly ring hollow.
Lastly, if the defense of Pokrovsk remains focused solely on drone capabilities, the opposing forces might regain equilibrium through advanced munitions and strategic countermeasures. As the intensity of conflict escalates, the urgent question lingers: can a side committed to overwhelming defense withstand the pressure, or will it buckle under the weight of its own strategies? The story continues to unfold, where small gains may shift the balance of power. The Ukrainian forces keep pushing forward in the north, gaining ground bit by bit. Yet, the grand talk of a buffer zone starts to sound like nothing but empty words. Why? Because if defense stays dependent only on drones, the enemy's fiber-optic guided weapons and countermeasures might soon tip the balance back. This fragile stalemate could collapse at any moment. Now, let's dive deeper. Holding firepower far behind the front lines is crucial for both sides. Rotating troops regularly is just as vital.
The data shows a worrying trend. On the Russian side, absenteeism and refusal to follow orders are climbing. This creates a serious problem. Filling the front lines with fresh soldiers becomes nearly impossible over time.
Ukraine faces a similar strain, though from different pressures. Countless small combat groups, fragmented and worn down, sap morale everywhere.
But here's the twist: the confirmed retaking of key villages like Andrika and Kondredka, backed up by Russian sources admitting retreats, hands Kiev a powerful edge in the battle for hearts and minds.
This isn't just about land, it's about controlling the story. Picture this on a map.
In the north, a narrow but steady blue corridor stretches from Andrika and Kondredka toward Alexiva, moving west-northwest.
Basilivka sits at the edge of this zone. To the east and south, the front line looks more stable. There's a notable pause in major moves around Velika Novosila and Provsk. Small skirmishes happen, but no breakthroughs.
This map reveals what the Kremlin won't say: Putin's order to reposition is really a retreat disguised in bureaucratic language. Repositioning, withdrawing to better lines, these phrases mask the fact that Russian forces are abandoning vital ground.
This is no strategic maneuver, it's a slow, painful pullback. Remember Andrika? That's where the withdrawal was most visible. Oleksiva and Kondretka tell the same grim story. Veselka, too, has fallen back. Each step back chips away at Moscow's declared buffer zone on the Sumy axis. The goal simply isn't being met on the battlefield. At the end of July, fierce clashes erupted near Provsk, followed by small counterattacks in Sumy. These desperate moves highlight the growing pressure and the unraveling front. But what does all this mean? Is this retreat a calculated, high-level decision? Or is it chaos spreading through broken command lines? Official statements avoid the word withdrawal, but the ground tells a different tale. Could this be the start of a broader collapse? The cracks are widening, and soon, they might shatter everything. The fight for control over key settlements like Kondretka and Veselika has stalled the once ambitious buffer zone plan near Sumy. As July ended, fierce battles flared around Pokrovsk, paired with desperate rescue efforts in Sumy responding to a counterattack. This simultaneous pressure on multiple fronts reveals a critical dilemma. When one side pulls back in the north, it must push harder elsewhere. But this struggle to compensate only deepens the wounds, pushing losses higher with every passing day. Slow progress doesn't always mean weakness. Yet, relentless attacks without a break signal rising costs, both in resources and morale. The question haunting every strategist is this: are these tactical withdrawals merely isolated moves, or are they evidence of a deeper collapse unraveling the Russian forces? Piecing together local retreats, the softening of buffer zone ambitions in the north, the gradual pullback in the south, and the inability to break through in Pokrovsk paints a bleak picture. The Russian summer offensive has failed to shatter Ukraine's defense. Instead, Ukrainian forces have seized the momentum, shaping a defensive geometry through fortified small towns and steady pressure. The word defeat feels too heavy. But the disorderly retreats near Andreyka and Oleksiva, the rapid fall of flags in Kondretka and Veselika, and the slow withdrawal from the Velika Novosela line tell a story impossible to ignore. This is the battlefield reality, disconnected from any official orders or spin. Decision-makers now face urgent questions. How will the buffer zone plan evolve in the north? Can a breakthrough be engineered near Pokrovsk in the south? And how will troops, supplies, and surveillance tools be balanced as this precarious game unfolds? Answers won't come from polished statements. Instead, they lie in the subtle, continuous shifts on the map, the quiet retreats, the changing front lines. This summer, those shifts were unmistakable along the Andreyka, Kondretka, Oleksiva, Veselika, and Velika Novosela fronts. In the end, Moscow's summer campaign reveals a painful truth: it has been a costly pursuit of small tactical victories, not the decisive operational success needed to change the course of the conflict. Last time, we saw how Russian forces lost ground from Andreyka to Veselika and Velika Novosela. Moscow's summer strategy focused more on costly skirmishes than any true forward momentum. Now, the crucial question: can Russia reverse this downward spiral before it's too late? To turn things around, a stable front line in both the north and south is essential. But today's data paints a grim picture: these lines remain shattered. The Russian military's reactions are telling. Their forces lack the strength to mount any effective counterattack. Look at the facts. The Crimean garrison's artillery and rocket shell use dropped sharply, from about 90,000 rounds a month in February 2025, down to just 54,000 by July. August's numbers fell further, to 38,000 rounds. The reason? The land corridor is shut, making resupply a nightmare. This means Russian artillery firepower has diminished by around 60%, over half their punch gone. Fuel shortages amplify the crisis. The critical JP-8 aviation fuel, once delivered via pipeline to the 37th Mixed Air Division at Novofedorovka, now travels by tanker trucks. Data shows a 40% drop in these tanker deliveries between July and August. With less fuel, Russian aircraft are essentially grounded along the coast. Patrol flights over the Saki-Belbek line? Almost impossible without reserves. Now, even the idea of an uprising is off the table. What we see instead is a slow burn toward inevitable collapse. Moscow's strategy has shifted. Instead of trying to install new administration in Crimea, they retreat to a fortress island mentality. The military is imposing strict civilian movement controls, requiring permits for everything. The peninsula is being strangled economically, locked down like a trap. Meanwhile, Ukrainian forces tighten their grip. Each pocket of resistance becomes a base for powerful HIMAR prism batteries.
By August's end, 8 batteries sit along the left bank of the Dnipro, for more near Nisipol, and by September, new units are expected in Paloi. This puts the western ramp of the Kerch Bridge within firing range. If the bridge closes completely, Russian supply and evacuation routes could be severed entirely.
So the question hangs in the air: will Moscow find a way out, or has it already boxed itself in? Evacuation seems like the only option, but where and when? The next moves could change everything. Can a force already drained of ammunition, fuel, and willpower bounce back, or is this the beginning of the end?
The silent coastlines, the dwindling supplies, they whisper a grim fate. The coming days will tell if this fortress crumbles or if a desperate counterstrike might still emerge. But for now, the tension rises, because the fate of a vast peninsula hangs on a thread thinner than ever before. Previously, we saw how Ukrainian forces positioned new batteries near Nisipol and Paloi, tightening their grip on the western approach to the Kerch Bridge. With that bridge potentially cut off, Russia faces a dire challenge: how to supply and evacuate its troops trapped on the peninsula.
The question looms: can Russia overcome this chokehold, or is Crimea slipping beyond reach? Now, the Russian Black Sea Fleet is simply not up to the task. Its current ships cannot meet the growing logistical demands. Meanwhile, Ukraine is rapidly expanding its naval drone fleet. Just last July, over 50 maritime drones rolled off production lines, flooding the Black Sea with new eyes and threats. Russian defenses like ship barriers, diver nets, and shallow water sonars might hold in confined spots such as Malikna Bay. But beyond shallow waters, these countermeasures offer little protection against the relentless swarm of Ukrainian drones. Listen closely: the creaking of defensive lines is not just military. It's psychological. The flight of Russian officers' families back home has shattered morale among civilians and troops alike. Leaked documents reveal a government scrambling to stop real estate collapse with tax breaks, only to be blocked by Moscow. Economic strain now piles on top of military pressure. Crimea is no longer a prize, it's a costly trap, a chokehold squeezing Russia from inside out. Kiev's strategy is clear. Instead of wide-scale offensives, they apply relentless pressure from a distance, tightening their noose step by step. As the Polo-Tokmak line weakens, northern pressure mounts. Traffic snarls on the Kerch Bridge will force Russia to redeploy. The path to Crimea is closing in, tightening like a noose around the Russian forces trapped on the peninsula. What once seemed a distant objective is now approached through a series of calculated, narrow advances. Each small victory chips away at Moscow's position, pushing Crimea closer to becoming a bargaining chip. With every step forward, the path back for Russian command grows narrower, as the pressure mounts not just on the front lines but deep within their logistical chains. Back in June, reports from the 58th Combined Arms Army revealed a staggering delay in supply deliveries. Requests for essential materials took 4 to 5 days to process, an eternity in a war zone. By late August, the situation worsened drastically. Supply tracking was no longer daily but stretched over weeks, and orders to redeploy units came before the front line even knew what reinforcements or ammunition they had left. Artillery support became sporadic at best, and defensive lines stretched thin. Meanwhile, Ukraine exploited this weakness, unleashing relentless strikes with high-precision artillery rockets and drone-guided fire. Maps from intelligence analysts showed Ukrainian forces creeping forward by 6 to 8 kilometers at a time. Each advance created dangerous bulges in Russian lines, exposing flanks and accelerating the collapse of entire sectors. Grainy cell phone videos captured haunting scenes: Russian soldiers abandoning trenches north of Tokmak, fleeing not toward Crimea's safety but instead scrambling south into dense bushes near Berdyansk. Confusion ruled as command breakdowns left troops unable to coordinate even their retreat routes. This internal collapse is the true enemy gnawing at the garrison in Crimea. The threat is not just from outside attacks but from morale shattering from within. Ukrainian forces sharpened their tactics, slashing wasted artillery fire to just 10% by integrating small, continuous drone-based adjustments. This relentless pressure drains the defenders, turning what should be strongholds into fragile pockets of resistance. Can Moscow still hold Crimea, or has the tightening noose already sealed their fate? The front lines tell a story of disintegration, and every abandoned trench echoes the cracks spreading through the Russian forces. What happens when the last supply truck fails to arrive? When the soldiers will break before their weapons? The answer lies not in grand battles but in the slow unraveling of control, and the silent retreat of an army losing itself from the inside out.
Imagine a fortress dissolving from within, not from enemy fire, but from fear, exhaustion, and unraveling hope.
How can an army hold when even its commanders cannot give clear orders for retreat?
The once impregnable Crimean garrison is melting away, crumbling silently beneath the surface. While Russian soldiers remain on the peninsula, the fire that fueled their morale has dwindled sharply, cut to nearly a quarter of what it was a year ago, thanks to relentless, coordinated drone strikes that find every vulnerable spot with deadly precision. Back in the summer of 2024, the rate of wasted fire was over 40%, a chaotic, desperate storm that betrayed raw panic. Today, improved discipline combined with logistical control has transformed that chaos into a methodical nightmare for the defenders. The finger of collapse now points not only at the front lines but deep inside the ranks and even within families. Pictures have surfaced showing officers' families being hurried from Sevastopol to safer areas in Oral, shared openly among Russian social networks. This silent evacuation betrays a truth no military statement can mask: the fear inside the fortress is spreading faster than any official order can contain.
The Kremlin tries to tighten the reins, but panic leaks through cracks in the Black Sea Fleet's defenses. Minefields once thought impenetrable now have yawning gaps.
Ukrainian naval drones swarm through like bloodthirsty shadows, punching holes where repairs demand precious fuel and spare parts. Yet the pipeline of support is grinding to a halt. An insurance squeeze on maritime transport stifles vital sea routes, plunging logistics into a downward spiral of costs and shortages. On the strategic chessboard in Kiev, this grim puzzle is summed up plainly: no time pressure, but attrition pressure. There will be no classic armored encirclement sweeping Crimea off the map. Instead, it's a gradual, merciless erosion, piecemeal advances that whittle the defenders down until their position becomes untenable. When the western approach to the Kerch Bridge finally falls within missile range, the real storm will break.
Panic-driven family evacuations will spike. The garrison commander will be forced to demand guarantees from Moscow or else face the unbearable choice of surrender. That modest Ukrainian victory in Zaporizhia wasn't just a tactical gain, it was the turning point, the unlocking of a gate that leads straight into Crimea. This is not a question of possibility anymore but of when.
Every new breach in the trenches pulls the Russian forces deeper into a tightening noose of losses and despair. The Crimean pocket is no longer a fortress but a fragile, swollen balloon held together only by intermittent pressure that threatens to burst the entire defense apart without warning. What will be the price paid when that balloon finally pops? The answer lingers just beyond the horizon, whispered in the crackle of drones overhead and the fading footsteps of an army slowly unraveling from the inside out.
Previously, we saw how each breach in the front line drags Russia deeper into a costly trap.
The Crimean pocket tightens like an inflating balloon, ready not to burst slowly, but suddenly under sharp, repeated pressure. Now, the situation on the peninsula reveals a stark psychological shift. Russian troops may still physically hold ground, but their spirits, supply lines, and even family connections are retreating into a mental state of withdrawal. This shift will soon show itself in the traffic across key bridges and the changing tone of internal messages from Moscow. Kiev's plan is clear: patiently wait for this breaking point, then strike decisively at the critical axis to open the path into Crimea.
Small skirmishes now serve as massive strategic cracks, tearing the defense apart not with a soft creak, but with a thunderous crash. Moscow feels the looming threat of total collapse more acutely with each passing day. Options are shrinking fast. The earlier logistical breach is no longer just a military headache, it has become an economic trigger.
The survival of the Crimean garrison now hinges not only on bullets and shells but on fuel, food supplies, and, crucially, diesel for generators. One of the most significant blows came from a night raid on July 27 by Kiev's Elan Group.
They targeted the tri-fuel depot near Jankoy.
While the depot didn't burn down completely, satellite heat maps revealed that the northern third of the tank farm was badly scorched. The critical point is not the size of the fire, but the ongoing disruption it causes. It's a continuous chokehold, tightening day by day.
Now,
Russia relies on a single supply route for fuel to Crimea, the backup lane of Kerch Bridge along with ferries. But the ferries face looming cancellations when winter storms arrive, threatening to cut off this fragile lifeline.
On top of that, insurance premiums surged by 60% at the end of July.
This has forced Novorossiysk shipowners to limit the number of vessels they send, further strangling supply. The daily fuel need for a tank battalion defending Crimea has dropped dramatically, from 16 tons in 2024 to just 9 tons today. This drastic cut means one thing: no more maneuvers, only static defense.
And static defense turns into a target-rich environment for Ukraine's artillery. They now hold the firing menu, choosing when and where to strike with deadly precision. What happens when the lifeblood of an army runs dry? When the machinery of war grinds to a near halt, can morale and resolve hold? Or is the collapse now inevitable, a slow-burning fuse ready to explode into chaos?
The answers lie in the coming weeks, as the battleground shifts from mere geography to the fragile minds and dwindling resources of those still holding the line. In a calculated maneuver, Kiev has seized the opportunity to halt Russian advancement, effectively trapping ammunition in a winter of dormancy. With the daily fuel requirement for a tank battalion dwindling from 16 tons in 2024 to a mere 9 tons, conditions have transformed from mobile engagement to static defense. This shift offers Ukraine's artillery a chance to strike back. Imagine diesel generators buzzing rhythmically, yet their fuel supplies rapidly diminishing. As command centers slip into radio silence to minimize noise, decision-making slows, leaving a critical gap that Ukrainian drone operators have exploited.
Tracking logs from the Bayraktar TB2's advanced sensor systems reveal a telling shift. Russian convoys are now predominantly moving under the cover of darkness. However, this strategic adaptation has a flaw.
The energy-hungry GPS jammers that protect these convoys create vulnerabilities. When these devices power down to conserve energy, Ukrainian drones swoop in, penetrating from high altitudes to strike targets below. This relentless economic pressure has reached a threshold where Russian forces in Crimea are grappling with essential survival rather than tactical maneuverability.
To break through this deadlock, Kiev doesn't need a grand offensive.
Instead, a strategy focusing on immobilizing enemy forces and exacerbating supply problems suffices. Signs of this impending collapse are visible, with drone signals indicating that the pressure from HIMARS artillery strikes on Kerch is set to escalate, making the Karasov ferry terminal the next critical target. As Russia deploys its S-400s along the coast to shield Kerch, they risk exposing their land defenses.
In that vulnerable moment, TB2 drones armed with smart munitions could devastate vital logistics hubs.
This chain of events is designed to create a cascading failure. Fuel shortages lead to energy crises, morale plummets, command disintegrates, and ultimately, the whispers of surrender grow louder. In Zaporizhia, small but persistent assaults aim to initiate this domino effect, and now, the pieces are beginning to fall into place.
How much longer can Russian forces hold when each day brings new threats and dwindling resources?
The tension rises, mirroring the precarious situation on the battlefield, where each moment could tip the scales in favor of Ukraine.
The countdown has begun, and the next move might just seal their fate.
Earlier, we saw how relentless pressure in Zaporizhia triggered a chain reaction: fuel shortages, power failures, crumbling morale, fractured command, and now, the pieces are falling into place. The situation is more dire than ever for the forces holding Crimea. Imagine standing on the edge of a crumbling bridge, the cold wind biting your face, the distant hum of drones overhead.
The Russian side's options are shrinking fast.
They flirt with the terrifying idea of using a so-called nuclear shadow, a threat so extreme it would shatter every diplomatic channel. But deploying such a weapon would mean abandoning any hope of negotiation, effectively blowing up the entire diplomatic table.
Instead, the path to Crimea opens slowly but relentlessly. It's carved out by a relentless swarm: military drones buzzing like angry hornets, economic blockades strangling supply lines, psychological tactics unraveling resolve, and precision strikes targeting critical fuel and energy hubs. This isn't a haphazard assault, it's a cold, calculated siege. Kiev's strategy is clear and chilling in its precision.
They plan to reconnect the Arms's corridor before the year ends. By spring, they aim to evacuate the Sevastopol port. What once seemed like wishful thinking now stands backed by hard evidence on the ground.
Satellite images paint a stark picture.
At the start of 2024, Crimea hosted 47 armored and artillery tactical groups.
By July 2025, that number plunged to just 19. Nearly half are tied down defending the Kerch-Sevastopol corridor, leaving the northern sector almost defenseless. The human toll is just as telling. Families are displaced, deserters slip away quietly.
The social fabric of Crimea is tearing apart. Officially, the Russian administration insists on a planned vacation to mask what is essentially a silent evacuation. But the truth leaks out in a flood of apartment and garage sale ads, a frantic signal of panic spreading through local communities. Meanwhile, the Western alliance, led by the US, UK, and Poland, answers Kiev's call with surgical precision. They open extra bandwidth for SAR satellites, delivering minute-by-minute surveillance of the Kerch Strait.
This is a message loud and clear to Moscow: the bridge is under constant watch. Any attempt to repair it after damage will be met with immediate consequence. No second chances. What happens when the last lines of defense are stripped away? When the psychological pressure crushes even the strongest wills? And as the corridors close, what desperate moves remain for those trapped inside? The slow, grim unraveling of Crimea's hold is no longer a distant possibility, it's an unfolding reality. And the question now is, how long before the final domino falls?
Previously, we saw how relentless surveillance over the Kerch Strait cuts deep into Russian hopes. The bridge stands under constant watch, vulnerable to damage that Moscow cannot repair without triggering a crisis. Now, Russian forces in Crimea face a grim reality: evacuation takes priority over resupply, their grip slipping faster than anyone expected. Imagine the tension in the air, thick with fuel shortages and frayed nerves.
Kremlin's gamble to bluff its way through is crumbling.
Allies like China and India hesitate to shoulder the risk of Black Sea operations, and Iran is caught in its own delicate balancing act, unwilling to open risky fuel corridors that could ignite new flames in the Gulf.
Moscow is isolated, their options shrinking. Meanwhile, in the east, pressure on Zaporizhia remains relentless.
The Ukrainian army has shifted tactics. Forget trench warfare, this is about targeting lifelines, arteries of supply and morale.
It's a precise strike strategy, designed to choke the enemy from within rather than frontal confrontation. For the first time, every piece of Ukraine's military and economic game aligns perfectly.
If the northern defense lines give way, the supply buffer protecting Crimea collapses.
Kiev's plan is brutal and calculated: maintain steady pressure by disabling fuel, energy, and morale.
Instead of a flashy direct assault, Ukraine quietly tightens the grip, watching Moscow's defenses crack from inside out. This tactic pushes Russian forces closer to a breaking point no gunfire alone could achieve.
Even as Moscow debates the legality of annexation referenda,
Ukraine has introduced a new narrative, one referencing post-war security architecture from Berlin and Paris negotiations. This shifts the conflict from just battlefield control to a legal battleground, further cornering Russia.
Time is slipping through Moscow's fingers.
Added all together, the fragile defenses along the Kerch Strait, vulnerable fuel pipelines to the north, exposed ammunition stocks in the south, and a spiraling collapse of civil and military morale, and Crimea looks less like an impregnable fortress.
Instead, it's edging toward a trap, one where evacuation is less a choice than a necessity. The shocking twist? Even without dramatic frontline defeats, a strategic retreat and controlled surrender scenario is quietly gaining momentum.
Ukraine's evolved warfare, combining pinpoint precision strikes on energy, logistics, and morale, has effectively sealed Crimea's fate. They've gained the upper hand without a single salvo fired.
What happens when an army fights not just with bullets but with pressure, isolation, and psychological collapse? Is this the beginning of the end for Crimea's defenders, or just a cruel game of delay?
The answer lies in every silent step, every damaged pipeline, and every crack in the morale that Moscow can no longer hide.
In the previous chapter, we saw the front lines unraveling as a carefully planned retreat and controlled surrender took shape. Ukraine's cutting-edge arsenal of precision strikes, power disruptions, and supply chain blockades had quietly gained dominance over Crimea without firing a single shot. But what happens when trapped forces start counting down not just fuel, but spirit? Now, Russian troops caught on the peninsula find themselves in a desperate race against time and morale. Every dwindling tank of fuel mirrors a slipping grip on hope. Kiev's series of relentless, small-scale victories is no longer just a pattern, it's evolving into a sweeping campaign that could decide the fate of an entire region. What was once dismissed as an unreachable dream, the return of Crimea, is suddenly knocking on the door of reality. This isn't just about holding a defensive line, it's about shifting the battlefield entirely. Ukrainian forces didn't settle for a stalemate. They struck back fiercely. Elite Ukrainian units, backed by waves of pinpoint artillery and swarms of fast-moving FPV drones, launched a brutal counteroffensive. The very soldiers who had crossed into Ukraine days before now found themselves encircled, cut off, and drowning in chaos. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed through fields once thought lost. Within minutes, trenches swallowed by silence were stormed again, Russian armored vehicles blazed amidst smoke and flame, and Ukrainian flags rose defiantly over retaken ground. Satellite images, geolocated and undeniable, flooded the internet, proof that the tide had changed. The Institute for the Study of War confirmed what was clear on the ground: the Russian offensive had stalled. No longer advancing, Russian forces scrambled under pressure as Ukrainian counterstrikes pushed to choke their every move. Today, over 50,000 Russian soldiers linger in Sumy, stranded in limbo, stripped of momentum and without a concrete plan. So where did everything fall apart? First, Russia gravely misjudged Ukraine's determination and strategic readiness in the region. Commanders sent troops into hostile, fortified defenses with outdated tactics and no support. They underestimated not just the weapons arrayed against them, but the unbreakable will behind Ukraine's stand. What seemed like a slow, grinding war before exploded into a battlefield nightmare for the attacking forces. Crippling supply cuts, uncoordinated attacks, and fierce resistance pushed Russia to the brink. The question now begs, can trapped troops hold on? Or is this the beginning of a mass surrender that will shake the entire conflict? The ground trembles, the air fills with tension. As Ukraine presses forward, what fate awaits those stranded on the peninsula? Their fuel runs low, and so does their hope. The clock is ticking, and the next move could change everything. More than 50,000 Russian troops now linger in Sumy, trapped with no clear strategy. What caused such a catastrophic failure for Russia? For one, they gravely underestimated the fierce determination and preparation of Ukrainian defenders who had been bracing themselves since 2022. Imagine soldiers entrenched, every nerve taut, awaiting the next wave. Second, the quality and readiness of these Russian forces seemed deeply flawed. Small infantry units sent forward without support against well-fortified defenses spelled disaster. The opposing side exploited this ruthlessly. Third, Ukraine currently holds the operational initiative. They choose the battlefield's time and place, forcing the invaders into defensive struggles. Armed with advanced technology and sharp tactics, Ukrainian forces ruthlessly turn the tide, inflicting severe blows that shatter Russian momentum. This failure at Sumy is not just a battlefield loss, it is a strategic misstep with profound consequences. The Kremlin had hoped to twist Ukraine's defenses, pulling forces away from critical fronts in Donbass and the south. Instead, Ukrainian troops, utilizing local units and strategic reserves, contained the threat. The cost has been staggering for Russia in lives and material. Yet, the battle for Sumy rages on. Russian artillery and drones relentlessly bombard the area, eruptions of explosions and whistling projectiles a constant, brutal reminder of the war's unforgiving nature. But the real defeat lies in the Kremlin's failing ground offensive. The dream of establishing a buffer zone has crumbled beneath heavy losses and stalled advances. Meanwhile, Ukraine's defenders have constructed a formidable new line, etched into the very earth along Sunumy's waterways. They dug narrow canals alongside the Deriviani and Troyanets rivers, linked by earthworks and floating, fortified bridges spaced every 800 meters. This ingenious network chokes the passage of Russian armored cars, forcing them into a single forest corridor guarded by a suspension bridge. Roads leading there are narrowed perilously by bulldozers and rigged with cunning explosive traps, turning every step into a deadly gamble. Is this the turning point where hope fades for Russia's aggression? Can the Kremlin still salvage a coherent plan amid the chaos and mounting losses? Or is Sumy just the beginning of a long unraveling that will echo far beyond its muddy trenches and shattered roads? The grim sounds of war and the stench of upheaval hang heavy in the air, but the question remains, how much further can this nightmare stretch before it collapses completely? Before we dive deeper, the last update revealed how Ukraine's clever engineering forced Russian armored convoys into deadly bottlenecks, decimating at least 17 vehicles in just 2 days. Now, the battlefield is shifting, but the relentless pressure on Russian forces is only growing on multiple fronts. Imagine thousands of soldiers trapped like rats, cornered, watched, and hunted. In the sunburned forests and muddy fields of Kursk, around 50,000 Russian troops, including North Korean units, find themselves isolated. Their hopes of safe haven on their own soil have turned into a nightmare. Ukrainian long-range reconnaissance drones, Norwegian and American-made, spy above, relentlessly tracking every movement along the Ivanino-Suja railway. In just 2 days, 2 critical fuel wagons exploded in blazing infernos, choked by pinpoint strikes. As rail traffic slowed, Moscow scrambled to reroute convoys along the highway, but that too became a death trap. Single-use fixed-wing kamikaze drones swarmed the supply lines, disabling 38 logistics trucks by June's end. Fuel flows to the front dwindled by 12%.
A Ukrainian commander's stark words echo here. Sometimes, victory isn't about destroying your enemy, but making them immobile.
And that's exactly what's happening.
Trapped in dense woods or forced into shelters in open fields, Russian soldiers cannot lift their heads, unmanned aerial pierce their cover night and day. Ukrainian Mars artillery roars relentlessly, pounding these pinned forces like thunderclaps, shaking the very earth beneath their feet.
It's not just Kursk. Nearby, in the Sumy corridor,
Russian troops face a dire fate as well. Around 100,000 soldiers are squeezed tightly between the Ukrainian defenses and advancing forces. Yet, the war machine grinds on, refusing to give up, but at an increasing cost.
And what about the Donbass?
Here, the battlefield burns with old-school ferocity. Russia clings to its artillery dominance, unleashing walls of fire meant to suppress and devastate.
But as the Ukrainian lines harden, questions grow louder. How much longer can this firestorm repel an enemy who adapts? How many more will succumb under increasing psychological and physical strain? The ominous truth hangs in the air.
As supplies dwindle and morale breaks, the Russian forces hurl themselves into costly, chaotic battles with little hope of success. What will shatter first, the line in the soil or the steel in their hearts? The day will come when this pressure must explode into something irreversible.
Or will desperation drive unexpected decisions on the battlefield's knife edge?
Imagine being trapped in a shrinking cage, every breath tighter, every heartbeat louder, and knowing that your side is losing not just a battle, but hope itself. Russian troops, once a formidable force, now face a breakdown from within.
Is this collapse just a momentary shock? Or the sign of an army crumbling under its own weight? The grim reports from the front leave no doubt. The breakdown is deep and systemic.
In the 108th Airborne Assault Regiment, sent toward Zaporizhia, despair is spreading like wildfire.
Ukrainian partisans slipped inside this unit, uncovering dark truths.
Soldiers were ordered to attack Pavlovka at all costs, no coordination, no artillery cover, no electronic warfare support.
Imagine facing relentless enemy fire for nearly 24 hours, without reinforcements, without hope. Command began throwing rear units, and even punished officers, onto the front line, as if sending them to inevitable death. Desertions surged. Mental breakdowns multiplied.
Some soldiers saw no way out but to end their own lives. The stench of fear and hopelessness hangs heavy over these lines. This is not a minor flare-up of morale, it is a slow-motion disaster. Russian troops are pushed into senseless charges, stripped of strategy, with lives treated as expendable chess pieces. As supplies dwindle and fortifications fail, the will to fight dissipates.
The ranks fracture. Loyalty fades. The brutal mantra "us first, them later" turns into a chilling "everyone is next." Murmurs speak of harsh punishments for deserters, beatings, mock executions, and forced returns to the front. The terror breeds mistrust and isolation among soldiers. The 41st Combined Arms Army, once a proud Siberian force with tens of thousands of men and hundreds of tanks, now barely exists. Command posts lie empty. Communications are dead. Machinery is destroyed or abandoned.
Elite commanders have been killed, arrested, or vanished. What was a mighty advance in spring 2022 toward Kiev has been replaced by desperate retreats stepping back from villages along the Sumy line, one by one, with Kremlin's silence masking the reality.
These aren't retreats announced, they're whispers of defeat dressed as regrouping. Then came the shockwave. On June 14, the president's evening address announced the recapture of Andreyka. This wasn't just a minor skirmish, it was a strategic turning point. Ukrainian forces severed supply lines and crept deeper into what was supposed to be Russian-controlled territory.
Russian Marine brigades admitted to pulling back from this vital spot, exposing fractured defenses and shattered morale. The echo of this defeat was soon felt along the entire axis, with villages like Oleksiva and Veselika falling back under Ukrainian control.
What does such a continuous string of losses mean? Moscow's declared buffer zone on the Sumy axis is unraveling.
Instead of extending control, Russian troops are abandoning ground, retreating under pressure, unable to hold strategic junctions. Official statements keep silent about withdrawals, but the reality is clear: momentum has shifted, and Ukraine's grip is tightening.
Is this an orchestrated retreat, or a chaotic collapse driven by desperation? The question hangs heavy in the air, thick as the dust on desolate battlefields. For the Russian forces, the front line is no longer just a physical barrier, it's the fragile border of a fraying spirit. Now, sharpen your senses.
Imagine the thunder of incoming artillery, the acrid smell of spent gunpowder clouding the air, the desperate shouts lost in the chaos.
These are not just tactics on a map.
These are shattered lives and lost dreams, echoing through a war destined to change everything.
What will come next, when even the bravest struggle to believe in victory?
In the ever-changing landscape of war, a new documentary shines light on the stark reality in the conflict area. Mislav Chernov's work, 2,000 meters to Andreka, highlights the tiny village that has become a battleground, shifting hands repeatedly.
The documentary captures not just a geographic struggle but the emotional toll of combat. As global audiences witness the film, Ukrainian drone operators reveal the truths lurking in these small villages through their aerial perspectives.
This footage swiftly dispels Russia's bold claims of territorial gains. Here, the battle is as much about perception as it is about military might. In an effort to bridge the widening chasm between propaganda and reality, Russian commanders are making increasingly aggressive statements. However, their message is losing traction as satellite images, drone footage, and frontline podcasts broadcast the grimmer realities to families back home. In Andreka, Russian soldiers face escalating pressures. While the chain of command worries about rising casualties, the Ukrainian forces press consistently on the offensive. Yet the stakes are also high for Ukraine.
The flow of Western ammunition is deliberate, necessitating cautious and strategic use.
Decisions taken weekly at the General Staff table could determine whether they aim for a decisive breakthrough or opt for tactical maneuvers that wear down the Russian forces over time.
As the summer unfolds, Ukraine appears to prioritize attrition over rapid territorial recovery.
The Sumy and Kursk protrusions, albeit small,
serve as vital footholds, one that complicates Russia's mission to establish new fronts. A significant breach in Donbass could open pathways for strategic maneuvers by spring 2026.
For the moment, the strategy against Russia revolves around systematically degrading its capabilities with 155mm artillery and drone strikes rather than a headlong tank offensive. With firefights breaking out and narrow pathways presenting perilous journeys, the conditions evoke a grim portrait of combat. Ukraine's offensive is less about overwhelming force and more about a carefully synchronized multi-pronged effort to encircle their opponent, revealing the sheer complexity of modern warfare's psychological and physical battlefields.
As the struggle for dominance continues, one profound question lingers: will the tide turn decisively, or are we witnessing the slow unraveling of Russian resolve? What lies ahead for those entrenched in these perilous skirmishes?
The answers remain hidden amidst the smoke and chaos of the battlefield. Previously, we saw Ukraine's summer campaign unfold as a precise, crushing grip tightening around Russian positions, from swampy Sumy to the dusty plains of Donbass and the fragile bridges spanning the Dnipro.
Rather than a thunderous tank assault, this offensive is a clever, multi-directional pincers move.
Every narrow path is a trap, every inch gained echoes in the minds of soldiers.
Now imagine this: tiny shifts on the map, small bulges and dents, holding immense weight in the battle for morale. Russia's losses are piling up relentlessly. The engine that should keep their spirits turning is grinding to a halt.
Propaganda attempts to mask reality, but the chasm between what's claimed and what actually happens grows wider by the day.
The front is not frozen, it's a shrinking, suffocating noose tightening around a fading force.
British military intelligence reveals a staggering figure: over 1 million Russian soldiers lost, counting the wounded. This grim toll is expected to climb sharply before summer's end.
As autumn approaches, Ukraine's forces plan to shift into defense, bracing for winter.
But for Russia, the attrition war threatens to become a nightmare of exhaustion and collapse.
So, what will Kyiv do during this critical turning point? Analysts foresee relentless surprise raids striking deep into battlefronts and even Russian soil throughout the summer.
These lightning strikes are designed to shred the backbone of Russia's military, its soldiers, fighter jets, air defense systems, tanks, armored vehicles. In the gripping saga of conflict unfolding across Eastern Europe, a stark reality confronts Russian forces.
Once optimistic about encircling strategic positions, they're now tasked with a precarious withdrawal across the border. Thousands of soldiers and their families have turned to a surrender hotline, a desperate lifeline after too many days of hardship. What is the essence of warfare?
It's not merely about firepower, but the resolve of those on the front lines.
Unfortunately for Russia, that resolve is crumbling.
Reports reveal the daunting truth: units like the 108th Airborne Assault Regiment are experiencing a breakdown in morale, with alarming incidents of desertion and psychological distress. The Ukrainian partisan movement has even infiltrated their ranks, exposing just how dire the situation has become. Russian troops, ordered to advance into the village of Pavlovka without support or strategy, are falling prey to relentless assaults. Command decisions overlook basic military principles, placing soldiers in positions where their very existence hangs by a thread. With every passing moment, despair thickens in the air, leading to increased rates of suicide and insubordination. The haunting cries of anguish echo across the front lines, where many soldiers find themselves not only physically outmatched but mentally defeated. As the orders keep coming, dictated by politics more than military strategy, units across the region face insurmountable odds. Commanders send not just seasoned troops but also sideline soldiers and individuals untrained for battle, further weakening the fabric of trust within the ranks. Soldiers begin to wonder, if we are all expendable, who will stand with us when the chips are down? In an alarming twist, a once formidable force, the 41st Combined Arms Army, is now but a shadow of its former self. With commanders gone and communication shattered, its armored might lies in ruins. Reports depict a once proud unit that surged toward Kiev now retreating and abandoning the very positions it once sought to defend. The narrative shifted dramatically after a fervent announcement on June 14: Ukraine recaptured Andreyka, unraveling Russian strategies not just militarily but politically. The war is a complex tapestry, each thread representing physical locations, strategic shifts, and the true essence of human resilience. Yet, the terrain, still a crucial battleground, seems to favor Ukraine. Rivers turn into treacherous marshes, while damaged bridges expose vulnerabilities in Russian supply lines. As drone operators capture the struggle with vivid precision, Moscow's claims of advancement crumble under the weight of real-time imagery shared across the globe. How many more lives will be sacrificed before the realization dawns? The soldiers, once filled with resolve, now count the endless days trapped in the relentless grind of warfare. An average of 19 days spent in trenches is pushing them to their limits, where only despair and the fear of mortality echo. As a chilling documentary captures the changing tides along the battlefield, a single question lingers: can the human spirit endure, or will it break under constant pressure and loss? As the grip of war tightens, the earth beneath these fighters becomes less hospitable, shifting in ways that favor their adversary. What happens when the fighters realize that the landscape has betrayed them? Who will emerge victorious, and at what cost? The battle for the heart and soul of this land rages on, and the stakes couldn't be higher. As the situation unfolds, we see the pressing question: can a dwindling morale change the course of war? With the chaos surrounding Ukrainian defenses and the deteriorating conditions for Russian troops, we delve into a landscape fraught with challenges. The terrain has become a vital asset, morphing into a battleground influenced by geography and technology. Recently, the shallow river branches near Sumy, which typically dry up in summer, have created semi-swamp conditions. Here, heavy BMP-3s struggle, while the swift Ukrainian light armored vehicles glide through with relative ease. The parched marble dust fields of Donbass have transformed into a radar-perfect canvas for precision strikes, enabling effective hit-and-run tactics. Meanwhile, in the Kerch direction, damaged bridge foundations over the Dnipro River have become mine traps for Russian supply lines, complicating their logistics further. In a desperate play, Russian forces have attempted to rely on temporary bridges, but Ukrainian manipulation of dam water levels creates a powerful current that undermines any hope of secure passage. This intricate interplay of geography and warfare has crafted a trap that ensnares the Russian military, challenging their strategies from every angle. Morale amongst Russian troops continues to plummet as the reality of their situation becomes unbearable. A collective loss analysis reveals staggering numbers. Reports indicate a loss of 31,000 soldiers alone in the months of May and June. This detracts from the narrative propagated by Vladimir Putin that they are making gradual progress. Fresh waves of reserve soldiers arrive at the front, confronted by weary comrades who seem to have no end in sight. Will we always be waiting? They ask, aware that their peers lie buried in the same trenches. The breakdown of troop rotations compounds these problems, as soldiers find themselves trapped in a relentless cycle. On average, they are now spending nearly 19 consecutive days in trenches, well beyond NATO's recommended limit of 7 to 10 days. Exhaustion, dehydration, and the pervasive presence of flies and illness are more frequently discussed among Russian social media users, painting a grim picture.
Amidst these struggles, the contributions from other fronts would not do well to be overlooked.
Documentaries like Mislav Chernov's 2,000 Meters to Andreka showcase how the miniature village of Andreka has changed hands multiple times, capturing the brutal realities of war through a cinematic lens.
How long can Russia sustain this war under such conditions? The answer hangs in the balance as both morale and strategic advantages shift dramatically. Will desperate measures lead to hope or further despair? The tension lingers.
In the shadowy theater of war, a haunting transformation unfolds. The once formidable Russian military finds itself grappling with an alarming reality, where the unwavering will of its soldiers has begun to fray. The harsh truth is that the line a soldier holds is first drawn in the mind. When that resolve shatters, the whole front collapses.
So, is this mere turbulence, or a deeper rot consuming the ranks? As reports pour in from the front lines, the latter appears increasingly likely.
In particular, the 108th Airborne Assault Regiment station near Zaporizhia reveals a disconcerting trend, an alarming surge in desertions and psychological breakdowns among its ranks. The Ukrainian partisans, infiltrating the very essence of the Russian forces, unveil the grim details of a battalion ordered to advance towards Pavlovka, an exercise in futility, devoid of strategic coordination, artillery support, or electronic warfare equipment.
With each assault met by relentless Ukrainian fire, the spirit of the troops further erodes.
Imagine the battlefield, soldiers drenched in sweat, the acrid smell of burnt earth lingering in the air, the cacophony of distant artillery blending with the anguished cries of those left behind.
The desperation is palpable. Many brave souls find themselves trapped, their choices stripped away beneath the weight of hopeless orders. Time and again, they are sent forth as expendable assets, their losses merely numbers on a commander's desk. The command's blind insistence on attacks blurs tactical logic, presenting its own soldiers as collateral damage to uphold a fading facade of strength. The village of Pavlovka becomes a grim symbol of this tragic cycle, as waves of uncoordinated attacks lead only to further devastation. Each day, units crumble, and the once proud banners of the Russian military quiver in the face of a relentless uprising in morale. Perhaps most chilling is the rise in suicides amongst young soldiers, their spirits crushed under the weight of despair. With every failed attempt to escape the battlefield's grasp, the tale of hopelessness unfurls further, sowing distrust. Rumors of brutal repercussions for defectors, including savage beatings, echo ominously in the ranks. The 41st Combined Arms Army, once a notable force, now barely exists. Reports detail vacant command posts and a tarnished reputation, stripped of its former glory.
Just 2 years prior, it advanced towards Kiev, swollen with personnel and vehicles, yet now it retreats under the very pressure it once sought to dominate.
Will this retreat be acknowledged, or will the Kremlin carry on cloaked in denial? What turned the tide? A single announcement echoes across the battlefield, reaffirming the shifting dynamics in Ukraine's favor.
As victories accumulate for Ukrainian forces, the harsh realities for Russian troops intensify.
The narrative of unyielding strength decays, replaced by chaos and disarray. Is this the beginning of the end for a once feared military?
The pages of history are turning, and the broader societal implications echo like thunder, even beyond the battlefield.
As each soldier grapples with the weighing choices of survival, will loyalty hold in such tumult? Or has the spirit of desolation claimed yet another victor? Stay tuned, for the conflict is far from over. What lies ahead may redefine the landscape of power forever.
Imagine hearing a voice from above, a cold, mechanical broadcast drifting down through the roar of artillery and the smoke of battle, telling you to surrender.
Once unthinkable, this is now battlefield reality.
Drone-guided surrender calls have transformed warfare, turning enemy troops from fighters into captives, without a single bullet fired. By early 2025, this terrifying tactic wasn't just theory, it had become a deadly practice with shocking success.
Earlier, we saw how drone-directed surrender evolved since its first detailed report in late 2022.
Now, in February 2025, at Pokrovsk, and again in July with the 3rd Assault Brigade, this method proved ruthlessly effective. The impossible had been made real, a loudspeaker from the sky dictating life or death below.
How do you fight when surrender is whispered from above? How does a soldier stand firm when the war they're meant to fight is played out over the airwaves? The Kremlin's response? Harsher punishments. Desertion trials skyrocketed in 2024 and reached unprecedented levels in 2025.
Soldiers face dire consequences, with 15-year prison sentences hanging over those who faltered.
But the threat of prison seems hollow when death looms closer by every sunrise.
The very idea of harsh sentences becomes an echo drowned out by the fear in trenches and bunkers. Throughout the front and deep inside the homeland, videos of uprisings, cries from wounded soldiers, and mass pleas flooded social media and whispers alike, "We do not want to be sent." The pressure cooker inside the military grew unbearable and invisible political costs began mounting. To enforce discipline, the Kremlin resorted to brutal measures, barrier units sent to shoot deserters on the spot. Since late 2022, evidence leaked from the field paints a grim picture, soldiers not only facing enemy fire but also their own comrades with loaded rifles, waiting behind them. The threat of instant execution feeds a terrifying irony: obedience is no longer guaranteed, but prisoners and death become the only escape.
Survival instincts push men to evade capture, but that means dismantling trust inside the ranks. What does this mean for Putin's grip on power? The cracks run deep. Human lives have turned into costly resources, and shoring up front lines requires more than patriotism, it demands piles of cash.
Lavish salaries, signing bonuses, and death compensations flow in to fill the gaps left by those unwilling or unable to fight.
Money buys bodies, but not hearts. Loyalty cannot be bought, only broken. As the machinery of war grinds on, visible only in the silence after a failed assault and the echo of desperate pleas, one question remains: can a regime held together by fear and payment sustain a war watched from the skies and sink from within? What happens when the soldiers no longer believe in the cause but only in survival? When will the cracks become chasms, and what fate awaits those caught in between?
The battlefield listens, and so does the sky.